Hello again, and we are today at day 5 of the Standing Finance Committee. We are today going to be examining the final 7 of the 41 heads of expenditure for the 2023-2024 national budget. Today, beginning at 1:30 p.m., we will have the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries with an allocation of $776,573,083. That's an increase of $250 million. We will then have the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs with $412,814,700. That's $67.5 million increase over last year. We then have the Industrial Court with $29,029,200, up $1.4 million. The Equal Opportunity Tribunal at $5,210,900. That's a decrease of $1.5 million. Then we will finally have the Office of the Parliament with $161,632,600. That's an increase of $16.7 million. So we are, of course, at the last day today. We are expected to, according to Standing Order 81-6, end at 7:50 p.m. At that time, the Minister of Finance will then report to the House of the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee, and then the budget will be passed. We are expecting the Senate debate of the budget to begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Just to recap now, the heads of expenditure that were examined on day 4. We had on day 4 the Tobago House of Assembly, the Central Administrative Services Tobago, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the Ministry of Labour, the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, the Ministry of Public Administration, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the Office of the President. And if at this point you haven't yet taken a look at the budget documents, you can still do so. They are on the Ministry of Finance's website, where you can take in all of the documents. That is the appropriation bill and all of the documents that go along with it. Now, just to give you, as we've done over the last few days, just giving you some tidbits about the Standing Finance Committee. Now, the permanent secretaries, you would have seen persons sitting right next to the ministers as they're giving their responses. So the permanent secretaries and the accounting officers, they, of course, do not directly answer any questions posed in the Standing Finance Committee, because they are not members of the committee nor members of the House. Therefore, what they do is they provide the advice to the ministers on the questions that are posed, and the ministers are then the ones who give the responses to the members' queries. So, of course, today our meeting will be chaired by Honourable Bridget Anisette George, and the Vice Chairman of the Standing Finance Committee is Mr. Esmond Ford. We are, of course, live on the Parliament channel, Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, as well as ParlView, that's our YouTube channel. So we have been examining 41 heads of expenditure over 5 days of examination, and we are hoping to end at 7:50 p.m. today, day 5. We have had the appropriation bill this year was $50 billion, and even though at the time of the budget, the minister indicated that the budget was $59 billion. The $50 billion figure is what is in the appropriation bill. That bill is also part of the documentation that is on the Ministry of Finance website. So we are just awaiting the chairman to enter the chamber. The members are in the chamber already. The permanent secretary, of the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries is awaiting the opportunity to give any further information to the minister. So we will be taking you to the chamber in just a second. Speaker Bridget Anisette George, Chairman Bridget Anisette George, is entering the chamber for day 5 of the Standing Finance Committee.
This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries. Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, $776,573,400. I will now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to report to the Standing Finance Committee and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Honourable Haji Kazim Hussein, Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, for his continued guidance and leadership at the Ministry of Agriculture. Additionally, I must express my gratitude to the Permanent Secretary, Deputy Permanent Secretaries, Chief Technical Officer, heads of divisions and departments, as well as all staff members for their continued dedication and support. I wish to also thank the directors and staff of all 9 state entities under the Ministry of Agriculture. I wish, Madam Chair, to highlight 5 specific areas. Firstly, allow me to put on the record that the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries have more funding available via this budget than previous years. This confirms the continued commitment of the government to invest in improving agriculture's output while also giving citizens safe, fresh, healthy and affordable local options. Second, Madam Chair, the largest arm of the expenditure in the ministry is on salaries and wages. We continue to work with the public service to fill critical vacancies, especially in skilled areas specific to our ministry's needs. At the same time, we continue to work with the ministry to be more efficient and effective in the delivery of goods and services to our stakeholders. Third, Madam Chair, I know my friends on the other side would have a lot to say about our PSIP figures, how much we spent versus the amount made available to us in the last year's budget. There are 2 points, Madam Chair, I would like to make on the outfront. First, the financial year closed 19 days ago. The figures in the revised estimate column of the yellow books do not represent actual figures. As the Minister of Finance has indicated numerous times throughout this process, it represents the best possible estimate that was available at the time of printing in preparation for the national budget. Secondly, our ministry has been delayed through the transition to the new procurement law proclaimed midway through the last fiscal year. In many cases, the suppliers and contractors on our approved list are meeting the requirements of the Office of the Procurement Regulator. And in some cases, the ministry is improving its capacity to carry out the new legal obligations. We are, Madam Chair, making progress. Fourth, Madam Chair, our work to improve the administration of state land continues. In July 2023, specific recommendations were made for the ministry to partner with our very own University of the West Indies to move the management of state land to progress. And finally, Madam Chair, the ministry shares the national vision of our youth development. My dear colleague and friend, Minister Foster Cummings, and his contributions made to the Ministry of Agriculture in his youth portfolio. Madam Chair, some of what is allocated in these documents will be used for various projects. While we are cognizant that these objectives can take some time to achieve, we remain committed to working closely with all state agencies, statutory bodies, private sector organizations, and individuals to enhance the agricultural sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $776,573,400 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $776,573,400 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent program. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as we start this evening sitting of the SFC, I would like your permission to use this opportunity to express our support for the Honorable Minister to recover. I understand he was not well, and I would like to say that God's blessings upon him for a swift and speedy recovery as we go forward into today's proceedings. I also take this opportunity to thank the officials at the Couva North Constituency Office for the support that they have provided to me, and all the officials at the Ministry of Agriculture for the work that they have been doing to provide the food security to our country. Madam Chair, as we go to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, we recognize the estimate for 2023, which was $44 million. What we see in the revised estimate is $39 million. I take it from the Honorable Minister opening contribution that during this fiscal term we will be moving to fill vacancies in key areas. Minister, what we are seeing here is an increase of $2 million in 2024, bringing that estimate to $41 million. Can you advise if it is that we are going to see in vacancies being filled under this line item?
Thank you, Member. Yes, that is exactly what this increase represents. The Ministry is working with the Service Commission Department to fill vacancies, more particularly related to the Estate Constable, Agricultural Engineer, Agricultural Officer 1, Agricultural Assistant, and Planning Officers at the Ministry.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And Minister, can you explain why it is in 2023, when we had an estimate of $44 million, why these vacancies were not filled? What prevented us from having these vacancies filled in 2023?
Members, you would know most of these vacancies are filled by the Service Commission. The most we can do is lobby and ask of the Service Commission to have these vacancies filled. So at all levels, we have been doing that, and we do look forward to in 2024 these vacancies being filled.
Thank you.
Purpuch East.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to the Minister and his executive team. Ma'am, if I may be permitted, on 1.4, item 1.4, remuneration, or two members of Cabinet appointed committees. Minister, if you'd be kind enough just to indicate whether you can now or give an undertaking to indicate in writing the number of committees appointed pursuant to this subsection 1.4, for which the $65,000, I believe, would be allocated. What are the committees?
Thank you, Member. Madam Chair, this line item 14 represents a World Food Day National Committee consisting of 9 members. And as you know, just a few days ago, we celebrated World Food Day. So I want to thank the members of that committee for the work they have done throughout the year in highlighting the food security efforts of the government.
Item 002, Agriculture. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister attention to line item 02, wages and colas. Can the Honourable Minister account for the $6.5 million increase in this line item?
Member, thank you again, Madam Chair. Item number 2, wages and cost of living. That's the line item, Member?
Line item 2, yes.
All right. There are 1,104 permanent daily rated positions, of which 264 vacancies will be filled in this fiscal.
Item 003, Animal Production and Health. Member for Couva North.
Line item 01002, yes, 0002, wages and COLA. Honourable Minister, this has also experienced an increase from the 2022 actual spend, what we see in the revised estimate of 2023 and 2024. Yeah, can you advise the number of persons that have been recruited under that line item, 002, wages and COLA?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, there are 298 permanent positions, of which 7 vacancies will be filled in 2024. The positions entailed watchmen, motor vehicle driver, and laborers.
If I may continue, Madam Chair, Honourable Minister, under 003, Animal Production and Health, with 01 and 02, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, along with wages and COLA, can you advise if you have support staff for the veterinary officers under this unit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Honourable Member would know, this Animal Production and Health Division also is supplemented with some short-term, which would be found in a different line item. And I'm sure you are very much aware, we recently conducted the anti-rabies campaign, and that specific project, short-term employment, was utilized. So yes, they were supplemented from a different line item.
Thank you.
Item 004, Horticulture. Item 006, Survey and Mapping. Item 007, Land Management. Item 008, Fisheries. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister with respect to line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, from the actual spend of 2022 versus the revised estimate of 2023. Can the Minister advise if any positions was filled under this line item?
Thank you, Member. The division has 54 positions, Member. 23 filled, while 31 remain vacant. I must say we have met with the Service Commission Department to fill the vacant positions given the implementation of our new fisheries legislation. And I must say we are pursuing this matter very vigorously. So it is in the intention to try to at least pursue this matter to have some of the vacancies filled.
Item 010, Forestry. Subhead 02, Goods and Services.
Ma'am, Forestry.
Okay, so let's try and keep up. Okay? Item 010, Forestry.
Honourable Minister, under line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance, can you advise us the number of vacant positions existing there?
Madam Chair, this division currently has 384 posts, 187 are filled, and 197 vacant posts.
And can you advise the number of vacant posts you're considering to fill in this fiscal term?
Again, we have already met with the Service Commission Department, and the matter is currently being addressed to fill some of these vacancies.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister to line item 04, Electricity. Minister, the actual spend under this line item was $10,565,000 in 2022. However, it was only budgeted at $500,000 in 2023 with a revised estimate of $840,000. I'm seeing an estimate of $1.3 million in 2024. Can the Minister advise if there is outstanding arrears under this line item that the Ministry has to take care of?
Yes, in fact, that 2022 actual was when a significant sum was paid for arrears at that point in time. And we are currently conducting a reconciliation exercise with TNTech to bring all our accounts up to date. So we are saying that some of the arrears would have also been met in 2023. So we feel this budget in 2024 is sufficient.
Also, Honourable Minister, under line item 05, telephone, what we see for 2023 from the estimate of 9.8 million, the revised estimate at the time of the book was being printed, is 13,180,000. Can you advise the reason for this significant increase?
Sure. Remember, some of the arrears were paid in financial 2023, and I could give you a specific, the sum of 16,749 to Flow and TSTT, and that's why you are seeing a decrease now. Again, we are also conducting a reconciliation exercise to facilitate payment if there are any in terms of arrears going forward.
In terms of planning for 2024, what we're seeing is a decrease of 10,664,000, bringing the 2024 estimate to 2.5 million. Minister, based on the previous figures, will 2.5 million be sufficient, or will that have to be supplemented in mid-year review?
In 2022, remember, I think most ministries were given a directive to clear most of our utilities. So that's why a significant sum was made and provided for in 2022. The 2.5 we get in 2024, if we require, again, after the reconciliation, we will be happy to approach the Honourable Minister of Finance in mid-year.
Okay, thank you.
Augustine.
Thank you. Minister, given that we have heard of numerous government agencies owing TNTEC and WASA, is it possible for you to provide for us sums outstanding to TNTEC under 04 there, 06 sums outstanding to WASA, Water and Sewage Authority, for the various agencies as well as to the ministry directly?
As far as what you said, the various agencies as well as what?
Yeah, so so concerning the electricity, yes, 04.
Yes.
And
which is general administration.
Yes, 06, WASA and sewage rates, general administration. So this usually comes out of general administration because head office sees about the bills. But will you be able to provide what our sums are outstanding to both WASA and TNTEC from the Ministry of Agriculture?
I get the impression that you're asking generally, and I'm seeing if it's that you're asking under these specific votes here, I'll allow it. And I'm not sure that I understand your question well.
Yeah.
But
so,
if it is that you're asking with respect to these particular votes under general administration,
yes,
if they are outstanding sums and the sum, I will allow that.
That is correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you would indulge me, if I have to, I will have to ask for the same thing under each one of the heads. So with your permission, I would just like to ask the Minister General so that I don't have to bring it up in every head, if that is okay with you.
All right. In the interest of time, I think it makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to point out that in 2022, Ministry of Agriculture made significant effect to clear most of our bills, and this line item under General Admin is specifically related to Head Office and Engineering Division. So in relation to all, like I said, all the utilities, we are conducting the reconciliation exercise, after which that information could be made available.
Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 28, Other Contracted Services. Honourable Minister, this line item was estimated, allocated in 2023, $5 million. However, only 1.5 million was utilized. Can you explain why it is that the 3.5 sum was not utilized in 2023?
Madam Chair, this is exactly in my opening I would have mentioned. This is just an estimated figure. So at the time of printing, this is what the figure was.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, in last SFC, when asked for a breakdown of this line item, the response that we receive in writing is that this vote comprises of General Administration, Head Office, and Engineering Division. It includes the servicing of 2 generators, payment to flow for cable facilities, servicing and maintenance of sewer system, and service to BMS system, which monitors security and electrical system, payment to AutoCAD Engineering Division, development of desilting program on water channel and facilitate the agricultural sector, maintenance of roads within the agricultural sector, and so on. Minister, can you advise us under this line item for 2023, how many desilting programs were executed to those water channels, where those water channels were located, and how many agricultural roads were maintained utilizing this line item?
And we own 28, right? Other
Yes.
contracted services?
Yes.
All right, I can say that this, in 2023, the services offered by this line item was really, as you've mentioned, included the maintenance of 2 generators, cable facilities, service and maintenance of sewer system, service to monitor, security system, and electrical systems, both at head office and the engineering division. This vote was not utilized for desilting in 2023.
Okay, and in 2024, will any of it be utilized for desilting programs?
Madam Chair, we have catered for the silting under different line items,
Yes.
and I will raise those when we reach there.
Okay, I asked that based on the response we got in writing from last year. Madam Chair, moving on to another line item, 22 short-term employment and 16 contract employment. Minister, can you advise which one of these, if the pre-deal larceny unit falls under 16 or 22?
Yes. 16. Larceny falls under line item 16.
All right, Minister, what we are seeing here in this line item 16, from the actual spend in 2022, which I know in addition to the pre-deal larceny, there are other officers also that are brought on this line item, but we're seeing a decrease from 9.7 in the actual spend of 2022 to 8.5 in 2024. The revised estimate thus far for 2023 is 10.7, but we are seeing a decrease of 1.89 in this line item. Can you advise the reason for this decrease?
Yeah. Remember, the decrease in allocation is due to the persons employed in the pre-deal larceny squad on contract instead of short-term. And as I just indicated, they would be under line item 16.
Line item 16.
That's why you see the increase there.
Okay, so last year we got a commitment for the recruitment of 30 pre-deal larceny officers, I believe. Can you advise us when these pre-deal larceny officers will commence working and where they will be located?
Remember, we have engaged 68 pre-deal larceny officers who are all currently in training. So we have already engaged them. And of course, the old cadre remains at 35, so those are the existing. The 68 will join, bringing the total up to 113 very shortly.
And Minister, can you advise if we will be reopening the South Branch with the placement of these officers?
Yes, Madam Chair, those will be covered under a different line item.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Minister.
Item.
Minister.
Oh, you still have more?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, ma'am. Repair and maintenance of buildings. Minister, that's line item 21.
21, thank you.
Yeah, Minister, I highlighted approximately 5 to 6 weeks ago, the non-functionality of air-conditioned units at the Chase Village office, Ministry of Agriculture. We had incidents down in the east where officers walked off the job based on the challenges that they were faced with their housing accommodation. Can the Minister advise if it is that all the air-conditioned units in Central for those offices have been repaired and is now functioning?
Madam Chair, that particular matter is Regional Administration North, which is covered under a different vote. This vote here is General Admin, so it's only at Head Office and Engineering. What the member is referring to falls in a different line item.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, moving on to line item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other function. In 2023, this was estimated at 50,000. However, we see an increase in the revised estimate of 125,000. Can you explain the reason for this increase?
Madam Chair, in 2023, payments were made to the National Honey Consultation in Trinidad and Tobago. As the member would know, we are in the process of the Fisheries legislation process, which also entails consultation, and that is why we have made some provisions in going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I want to refer your attention to line item 96, fuel and lubricant. And you would be able to advise us if this line item treats with fuel and lubricant for the pre-deal larceny squad also?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, member.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And Minister, what we are seeing here is an estimate for 2023 of $1,013,000. However, in the revised estimate, we see $750,000. Now, Minister, we continuously hear that the pre-deal larceny squad have challenges for their vehicles not functioning, the vehicles are down, etc. Is that the reason why this sum of money we are saying the decrease from the estimate to the revised estimate? Is it that because of the non-functionality of the vehicles, that is why we did not utilize this line item?
How you mean not utilize the line item?
As to what was allocated
Yes.
in 2023 of
Right.
$1,013,000.
Yes.
I'm asking the reason why it is we're saying $750,000 here.
Right.
And could it be that because of the number of vehicles that were non-functional, non-operational, is that the reason why it is this full amount was not utilized?
Okay, so just by way of advisory, because I recognize that you tend to ask this particular question. These would have come in the media review, right? These revised estimates would have come in the media review, so that the line of questioning is a line of questioning that would have been open to you in the media review. Okay, so I just want us to check that these are not questions.
Thank you, but we're dealing with the figures in the book here.
1 minute, please. I just want you to check that these are not questions you've already asked and answers given to it in the media review. I know what we're dealing with. Okay? I'm just advising you.
Minister.
Would look at the actual spent in 2022, $449,000, and based on the allocation in 2023, again, the 750 is just an estimated figure, and we have made provisions, an increase of 350,000 going forward, and this is not just for fuel; it's also for lubricants and the fleet card, oil, and so on.
Thank you, Minister. And in 2022, it was also established back in 2022 that several of the vehicles were non-operational, non-functional. We needed the Barakpur farmers, the Kunjal farmers to help to get these vehicles operational, where they had to come up together to purchase batteries, to purchase tires, to get these vehicles working. And we understand in 2022, the reason why the figure was that low was because several of the vehicles were not working. So what I'm simply asking, if you can provide us with a number of functional vehicles under this line item, can you tell us how many vehicles does this line item apply to that are functional and operational, and how many vehicles are non-functional and not operational?
Sure, no problem. We'll do it in writing.
Thank you, Minister. Under Security Services, line item 43, we are seeing a decrease of $183,000 here for fiscal 2024. Can you explain the reason for the decrease?
Could you repeat that, member?
Under Security Services, line item 43, we are seeing a decrease of $183,000. Can you explain the reason for the decrease in security services?
Madam Chair, at present we have moved to a month-to-month arrangement, hence the decrease. Of course, we are in the process of making sure that we are in line with the Office of Procurement Regulator, and when the time arises, we will be approaching the Minister of Finance should finance additional funding be realized.
Minister, last year we were dealing with the revised estimates for 2022, but now we have an actual spend here of $11 million. So we are moving now from a $11 million spend in 2022 to a projected spend with an allocation in 2024 of $937,000, less than $1 million. Can you explain the reason moving from the $11 million to less than $1 million?
Sure. Particularly, remember in 2022 we had some arrears from previous years which were met, and that's a reflection here in the actual of the 11. And based on the allocation 937, we feel that would be sufficient in the effective management and reorganization of our security apparatus at the ministry.
Okay, thank you most kindly, Minister.
Item 002, Agriculture. Member for Couva North.
you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, electricity. What we are seeing here from my estimate in 2023 of 500,000, the revised estimate thus far is $1.6 million, and a further estimate for 2024 of merely 500,000 again. Can the Minister advise the reason for the significant increase of $1.1 million for the revised estimate of 2023?
Madam Chair, arrears in the sum of $353.48 was paid in 2023 for 5 subdivisions, including Regional Administration North, Regional Administration South, Research, Extension, Training and Information, and the Agricultural Services Division. As I've said in the opening, we are currently conducting the reconciliation of all utilities, after which we'll be able to provide what's outstanding.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I'd like to move now to line item 12, materials and supplies. And what we are seeing for this line item is an increase of $1 million, bringing the estimate for 2024 up to $2.5 million. Can you advise what this $2.5 million is going to be utilized for?
Sure. Madam Chair, again, core functions of this line item, it's specifically for the purchase of chemicals for all our nurseries, as well as feed and medication for the animals that are housed within the divisions.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, this line item in 2023 was estimated at $3 million. However, what we're seeing in the revised estimate, it's only 1.5. Is it that we did not purchase the feed and the chemicals that we were anticipating for 2023? That is why we are seeing 1.5 versus 3 million?
This is a case of the reconciliation, and at the time of printing, that figure is reflected. It's just an estimate.
All right. Thank you, Minister. And Minister, I'd like to move on to line item 21, repair and maintenance of building. For the estimate of 2023, we had 1 million, and revised estimate of 2023 is 800,000. There's a decrease in this allocation for 2024 of $100,000. Minister, this repair and maintenance line for the buildings, can you advise if all the buildings, when last a building audit has been conducted to the various buildings under this head, 002?
Remember, we continuously audit all of our buildings. We have a facilities manager who go around and look at all the locations, but specifically line item 21, in this fiscal, with that 900,000, we intend to do some upgrades, critical plumbing and electrical works at RAN, RAS, Research, ETIS, and Agri Services.
All right, and are you meeting the needs of the staff in providing a proper building accommodation for the staffs under the agriculture section?
Yes, member.
Minister, under line item 028, other contracted services, can you advise what this increase of $150,000, bringing the allocation for 2024 up to $200,000 from $50,000 in the revised estimate? Can you advise what that $150,000 increase is going to be utilized for in this upcoming fiscal term?
Sure. I'm happy to report, member, that our farmers have shown signs of increase in production of milk. This particular line item is to facilitate the transportation of the increase in production of the milk by our dairy farmers to specifically Nestle.
With respect to that increase in milk, Honorable Minister, is the ministry considering an increase in the incentive for the dairy farmers?
I will not allow that under this item. Member for Kumuto Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 43, security services. Minister, I see in actual 2022 spent was $538,676. The 2023 revised estimate was 1 million, was estimate was 1 million, and revised was 1.5 million increase. Minister, would that be arrears or additional security recruited in light of $2 million for the fiscal year 2024?
Remember, that is some arrears we had to clear in 2023.
Thank you.
Item 003, Animal Production Health. Yes, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 13, maintenance of a vehicle. Minister, we see the estimate of 2023 was 460,000. However, what we are seeing here for the revised estimate is only 50,000. Can you advise the number of vehicles under this line items are operational and those that are non-operational, those are derelict?
Under this line item, member, there are 33 vehicles and 51 agricultural equipment.
And can you advise how much are functional, how many is operational, how many isn't?
I will provide that in writing.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
Item 004, Horticulture. Horticulture. Yes, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, ma'am. Honorable Minister, I'd like to refer your attention to line item 43 on the following page, Security Services. And what we are seeing under this line item is from 2023 revised estimate of $4,018,000. The allocation for 2024 is $2.8 million, indicating a decrease of $1.2 million. Can you explain the reason for this decrease?
Arrears owed, and the 2.8 is further in line with what is required.
Thank you.
Item 006, Surveys and Mapping. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, ma'am. To the Honorable Minister, line item 08, Rent, Lease, Office Accommodation and Storage. Minister, we see a decrease in this line item also of $1.4 million. Can you explain the reason for this decrease?
Remember, the decrease is due to the payment of outstanding arrears for the period September 2021 to May 2022 for 118 Frederick Street, Port of Spain, and that was made available and paid in 2023. So, having made that payment, we now go back in line with what is actually required.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, thank you, Minister. Just for information purposes, under line item 04, electricity, can you indicate if it is that there's any outstanding arrears under this line item?
I believe, Member, the Minister gave a commitment to the Member for St. Augustine that as regards all the rates, electricity, TNTEC, and water, the Minister would provide a statement with respect to arrears.
Thank you,
Yes?
ma'am.
Okay. Item 007. Yes, Member for Barataria Samuel. I didn't see, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Asking my question under line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, I see that there's an allocation of $200,000, and I asked the question in the context of the surveys and mapping division, I think, would be responsible for persons obtaining Director of Survey approvals for subdivision of lands. And this is a problem that we have experienced for many years in terms of delays in obtaining those approvals. Can you indicate whether or not through this allocation here, this could expedite the approval process from the Office of the Director of Surveys?
Madam Chair, this specifically is really going to be used for the increase. This increased allocation is the recruitment of 3 persons for services in the area of repair, binding, and restoration of survey plan documents. As you know, Member, some of these plans are quite aged and has to be restored.
Yeah.
And they were originally recruited under a PSIP project. We also intend to recruit a human resource specialist to assist in the organizational restructuring, because we are in the process of reorganizing the whole Surveys and Mapping, Commissioner State and GIS divisions of the ministry,
So that
which will assist in the point you have just raised.
to expedite the approval process. Thank you.
Item. Sorry, Member for Couva North.
Port of Spain, under the Surveys and Mapping division.
Item 007, Land Management. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 08, rents, lease, office accommodation, and storage. What we're seeing here is a decrease of 1.2 million. Can the Honourable Minister explain the reason for this decrease?
In 2023, arrears would have been met, and hence the reason the 3.6 now is in line with the actual of 2022 in going forward.
Item 008, Fisheries. Member for Couva North.
Fisheries. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm seeing an increase in line item 43, security services, from an estimate of 276 to 417. Can the Minister advise on the reason for this increase of $140,700?
In 2023, Madam Chair, arrears would have been met in the tune of an additional $266,000. And hence the reason why the 276 now is in line with the actual of 2022.
Item 0105.
008 still.
Sorry.
One question, 00.
Yes, sure. Member for St. Augustine.
Item 16, contract employment. In 2023, you did not have any allocation for contract employment. This year, you have a measly $20,000. What is usually treated with under contract employment in the Fisheries Division, and is that $20,000 sufficient?
Madam Chair, simply for gratuity payment for the division.
Item 010, Forestry. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 01, travelling and subsistence, from the estimate of 2023, which was 7.78 million, the revised estimate thus far is 8.6 million. Can you explain the reason for this significant increase?
Madam Chair, the decrease is due to the arrears of payment to game wardens in fiscal 2023. 41 game wardens would have received the payment of claims at the value of $500,000.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, agriculture. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, under line item 01, vehicles, it was estimated in 2023 at 1.5 million. What we are seeing in the revised estimate is 265,000. Can the Minister explain the reason for this disparity?
Yes, member, the 265 is just an estimated figure. So after reconciliation, we'll have the actual.
All right. Can the Minister advise if how many vehicles were actually purchased under this line item?
Madam Chair, under this line item, one 4x4 pickup was purchased for the Agricultural Services Division for administrative use. The proposed vehicle to be purchased in financial 2024 for Regional Administration North, 2 double cab for the B abatement unit, and Regional Administration South, 1 4x4 pickup for use in locust control throughout the Regional Administration South area.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. 002, agriculture. 04, other minor equipment. Your allocation for 2014 is less than half of what you would have gotten in previous years, and even less than that from 2023, from the 2023 estimate. There is a lot of equipment, minor equipment, in this division that often requires servicing, and when these pieces of equipment are not functional, you have workers being paid and they have no work to do because the equipment is down. What is the challenge with, well, maybe I shouldn't ask you that. Maybe it's really for the Minister to say what is the challenge with giving you a bigger allocation. How do you intend to treat with this significant decrease under repairs for minor equipment under agriculture?
Madam Chair, in this particular line
Or
item,
it's under purchase, yes.
in this particular line item for 2024, it's proposed to purchase some air-conditioned units, routers, brush cutters, and water pumps. And we feel the allocation is sufficient as we have prioritized our purchases and for the respective divisions. Of course, the Minister of Finance is here, and he did take note of your concern.
Item 003, Animal Production Health. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister attention to line item 01, vehicles. Minister, it was estimated in 2023, 575,000, but we're not seeing anything for the revised estimate. It's nil. Can you advise if any vehicles were purchased for this unit?
Yes. Madam Chair, the intention for this vote is to purchase a tractor for pasture development works, for forage for farmers. And of course, in line with the procurement regulation, this has caused a little bit of delay, and hence in 2024, we will be acquiring that machinery and equipment.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
Item 004, Horticulture. Item 006, Surveys and Mapping. Item 007, Land Management. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 01, vehicles. Can you advise what this 500,000 for 2024 is going to go towards?
So, Madam Chair, the 2024 allocation is to purchase a 4x4 double cab pickup and another transportation vehicle for patrolling of state land and administrative use.
Item 008, Fisheries. Item 010, Forestry. Yes, Member for Couva North.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, for 2023 estimate, under line item 04, other minor equipment, we had $4.5 million being allocated to this line item. However, what we are seeing in the revised estimate is only 100,000. Can you explain the reason for this disparity?
Again, member, in from the 4.5 to the 100,000 in 2023, that was an estimated figure. The allocation of 100,000 we feel will meet some of the requirements as put up by the Forestry Division.
Minister, this 4.5 million would have been a request that came to the Ministry from the Forestry Division for certain pieces of equipment. Do you have a listing of those equipment that you can share with us in writing?
Remember, this line item really is used for air-conditioned units, routers, brush cutters, water pumps, and of course the relevant other minor equipment. So
there would be some justification why
if
it
you
is
want
we
me
would
to
have...
identify how much routers each air-conditioned unit, it's a wide category.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, there would have been some justification in the estimate of 2023 for 4.5 million. That was not fulfilled from what we are seeing thus far, or may have been fulfilled, but the bills are yet to come in. So maybe when we consolidate the expenses, we'll have a clearer idea of it.
And that's what I said, remember, the 100,000 is just an estimate.
Just for clarification, with this 100,000 under this line item, you're satisfied that this will be sufficient?
Again, remember, it's an allocation, and if the division puts up whatever their needs at that point in time, there's midterm, and we'll be pleased to report to the Minister of Finance for our needs.
04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 04, Sugarcane Feed Center. And Minister, we are seeing a $1.5 million increase to this line item. Can you provide us with an explanation, the reason for this increase?
Remember, this increase is in particular for gratuity, and $1 million for gratuity, $500,000 for repairs to vehicle and equipment at the facility.
Item 007, Households. Item 008, subsidies. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, Agriculture Incentive Program. Would the Minister be kind enough to provide us with a breakdown of the recipient, the beneficiaries of this program, and the location of the beneficiaries?
Member, you are quite aware that it's over 30,000 registered farmers in the country, and I mean, if you want the breakdown, we will provide that. But some of these farmers may be a bit hesitant. But if you want it, we'll provide it.
Thank you, Minister. And that is because several farmers have complained that they have not been benefiting from this line item. They have submitted what was required at the ministry. So I would like to get the breakdown by location, please. Also for line item 02, incentive program. Minister, under this line item, I understand the rebate program for the fisherfolk, fuel rebate for fisherfolk, is that correct?
Member, my apologies. Could you repeat that question?
That's okay, Minister. Minister, line item 02, incentive program. I'm asking if under this line item, it treats with the fuel rebate for the fisherfolk.
Yes, this is actually for the fisheries sector.
Yes, thank you very much, Minister, for that piece of information. Minister, we have been calling for a review of that fuel rebate for the fisherfolk, taking into consideration that the incentive program, that rebate has remained consistent despite the numerous fuel increase that the fisheries sector has experienced under this Minister of Finance. Can you advise us if in this upcoming fiscal term, the fisheries sector can see an increase in that rebate?
Member, all incentives and subsidies at the ministry at present is currently being reviewed as we speak. And
with this measly increase of 100,000 to this line item, taken into consideration from what I'm seeing here, is 200,000 in the revised estimate versus 200,000 in the estimate. Do you think that will be sufficient to provide the support for our fisherfolk?
Member, fisherfolk can also access incentives under different line items. So this one is in particular is really with fuel. They are very much aware that there are other line items of accessing different incentives and subsidies.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, I'll move on to another line item. Minister, I want to move on to line item 04, relief of flood damage. And we are seeing here, Minister, for 2023, an estimate of 5 million, but a revised estimate thus far of 9.5 million. Minister, I know that during the last fiscal term, a lot of farmers have been affected by flooding. A lot of claims have been submitted. However, can you advise us if there are still outstanding claims to be settled for last fiscal term under this line item?
Member, I could tell you, based on the figures here, majority of those farmers' claims have been settled. So when you lobby, and you please ask them to be a little honest, because, and I can even give you the breakdown of every district. Almost all the claims have been settled to date.
Can you give us the breakdown for Jedingham farmers? Do you have it there?
Remember, what I will do, I can't call people's names in this house. I mean, right? You would respect that. What I can tell you is that the breakdown is in the via counties. I'll go as far as that. Victoria.
Can you provide it in writing then for us?
I have it right here. No, I will call it out. Victoria, Nariva Mayaro, St. Patrick East, St. Patrick West.
Minister, can you advise what prevents you from calling the names? It's public funds that
how,
is being
how
dispersed
how
here?
the data is presented, member, it's via pay sheets, and it starts with the first name of one applicant and it says others. So,
Okay.
you know, it's quite broad.
Would you be kind
But
enough
the
to put it
total
in
is
writing then?
483 at the tune of 7,064.78. And that is that is from the period October 2022 to September 2023.
Minister, under this line item, where you revised estimate is 9.5 million, what is estimated for 2024 is 4 million. And Minister, several of the watercourses that we have been pleading to be maintained and to be cleaned up to today's date has not been cleaned, especially all those watercourses that were maintained by Caroni 1975 Limited. We have 4 watercourses by the Jerningham Junction, major watercourses there. Ministry of Agriculture did assist with one, but there is 3 major watercourses that is still outstanding. And if tomorrow a shower come down, these farmers are going to be flooded out. In the Perseverance, in the Exchange area, in the Union area where we have these farmers, similarly in the Felicity area, there are a lot of watercourses that needs to be cleaned that I'm sure you are very familiar with. And what we are seeing here is from 9.5 million in 2023, a decrease of 5.5 million. I'm hoping that the reason for this decrease is because you intend to do a very aggressive watercourse maintenance program over the next week. If you can provide for us in writing, please, under this line item, the number, the names of the applicants and the areas that the application came in for 2023, what was approved and what was not approved. Because from my understanding, there are lots of farmers who applied for flood relief damages that has been declined.
Remember, I wish I could predict if we're going to get flood or not. I mean, if that's what you're asking me to do.
Well, I can predict we are going to get flood because the watercourses are not being maintained.
What I can tell you, member, is that we will provide the names in writing to you of those who would have received claims. And I'm also saying, based on the allocation you are seeing here, the provision was 5 million. You are seeing the provision that went up to 9.5. And the very generous Minister of Finance would have made provision for flood relief compensation for the country. Almost all the claims have been settled. And I'm saying to you, if there's any specific name you want me to check, you can call the name here and I will double check it for you. But simply to say that the provision of 4 million and the actual of 2022, we feel is sufficient. And yes, we are currently going through the country in terms of a full flood mitigation risk management plan of assisting our farmers and the wider population.
Thank you, Minister. And in providing those names of those who have received the flood relief grant, I will appreciate if you can also provide the names of those who applied and did not receive.
Member, I will try my best to provide.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
Member for Barrett Harrison, 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I am on the same line item 04, relief of flood damage. I also had some experiences where farmers in my constituency have made several complaints to my office indicating that they are in fact owed or entitled to relief from since the 2018 flood, and up until this day they haven't received the necessary relief. And then last year, which is the 2023 fiscal, where we experienced a lot of flooding, they also suffered a lot of damage. So I'm asking whether or not this $4 million that is allocated for 2024 will include arrears owed to, it could include arrears owed to farmers for flooding in the past?
Madam Chair, I wanted to be noted here today is that many persons may have made an application for flood relief compensation. This is not an entitlement. It's not a grant. It's a flood relief offered by the government. It's not compensation per se. And most times, and I'm sure MPs would know, most farmers sometimes are not registered farmers. And in the system for transparency and accountability, payments are made to registered farmers in the system. And that is the figure I quoted earlier, upwards of 30,000 registered farmers in the country. And what I'm saying is that that 9.5 you are seeing there would have taken care of quite a substantial amount of arrears that the ministry was owing.
Minister, Jess, you don't have to, I don't want to detain the committee for very long, but can you, in writing, provide us with the criteria in which the ministry would use in order to assess whether someone is entitled to the flood relief grant?
Remember, the key word is registered, and all the criteria is listed on our website, or can be accessed at any one of the counties. In fact, County Caroni is next door to the MP for Couva North. You all can visit and ask. Well, it's there in writing as well.
We're right here,
on
so
the
you
website.
just circulate it to us.
It's public knowledge.
It's circulated.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Under flood relief of flood damage for farmers, the minister's last response kind of fell into the question that I have. In the St. Augustine constituency, my experience is that many of the farmers who are legitimate farmers because they were once given leases, their leases have expired, they have applied for their leases to be renewed. And because the ministry has failed to renew their leases, they are now considered not legitimate, so to speak, and that is part of my challenge, in that I have a number of farmers who are affected by flooding or who may want to access other incentives and subsidies. But because the ministry is not renewing their leases, they don't have proper documentation for the land. In that case, can you state what provisions are made where farmers whose leases have expired and are still occupying the land, or in some cases they sublet the land because they are getting old and frail and so on, to provide for those farmers for flood relief?
Thank you, Member. Very, very pertinent question, and I know exactly what to refer to. Throughout the country, we have cases where persons' leases have expired and the badges were not renewed. We have put a mechanism in place where if you are in the process of renewing your farm or renewing your lease, you are switched to what is called a buff card, a 1-year card, which also entitles you to all the agricultural incentives and subsidies. So these persons can approach their county office. Most of them know the process, but have not actually gone into their county and started the process. So even though your lease is expired, but it's being renewed, and having a farmer's badge prior, you can go to your county and get the buff card, which is the 1-year farmer's card, as opposed to the 3-year green card, and still be entitled to all the incentives and subsidies, including flood relief compensation.
Does the ministry plan to regularize these farmers whose leases have expired so they can access this grant under this head?
Under different line item, we are in the process of regularization farmers throughout the country.
I have some correspondence submitted to the Office of the Minister of Agriculture requesting the regularization of leases for the Orange Grove area. Thanks.
As far as I allowed it, as you tied it into flood relief, as the minister's last answer guided us, we out of this. Okay? Thank you so much. Item 009. Oh, sorry. Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Item, and Member for Couva North, you have something still on item 008, subsidies?
No, ma'am.
Right,
Asked
thank
and
you.
answered.
Item 009, other transfers. This is where you are, Member for Couva North. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. To the Honourable Minister, 01, Livestock and Livestock Product Boards. We are seeing an increase of 562,000 there, Minister, for 2024. Can you explain the reason for this increase?
Madam Chair, we have received a proposal from the Livestock and Livestock Products Board in going forward with some projects. Also, as a member would know, this was a reactivated board, and so they have put forward projects for this fiscal.
Item 010, other transfers abroad. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 15, Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism. For 2023, we are seeing an increase in the revised estimate from 1.7 to 3.3. Can the Minister explain the reason for this increase?
Arrears, member.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 02, Estate Management and Business Development Company Limited. Minister, there's an increase in this line item of 1.82 million. Can you explain the reason for this increase?
There are some arrears outstanding, member.
All right. And this increase will take care of the outstanding arrears?
We feel so, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Minister, I want to refer your attention to line item 13, EMBD principal on $327 million loan. Minister, what initiative will this loan be used for?
Remember, this loan is in particular to treat with our legal obligations regarding a High Court matter.
Sorry?
Treat with legal obligations regarding a High Court matter.
And what are the terms of this loan?
Fixed rate loan, FCB, 3.4%, 6 years.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I'd like to turn your attention to line item 14, EMBD interest on this loan. Okay. Thank you. Line item 13.
Honourable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 08, Agricultural Society of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver North. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 09, Rent, Lease, Vehicle and Equipment. And Minister, this line item was estimated in 2023 of $300,000. However, none of it was utilized. Can you explain why?
Member, again, the estimate is zero, and again, that is the information we had at the time of printing.
Also, it's the same for the actual in 2022. It's nil in 2022, so it's, as of printing, it's still nil. Can you explain why for the entire fiscal term none of it was utilized?
Just to be clear, Madam Chair, are we on 09, Rent, Lease, Vehicle?
Yes.
In 2022, member, they would have utilized the Ministry of Agriculture vehicle.
All right, and for 2024, we see an estimate of 65,000. Can you explain what that allocation is going to be utilized for?
Member, I'm advised that they intend to assist with the rental of equipment for the Arangwes North farmers in relation to some drainage works.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, line item 13, maintenance of a vehicle. In 2023, it was estimated at 160,000. However, only 15,000 was utilized from what we are seeing here in the revised estimate. Can you advise how many vehicles this line item caters for?
One vehicle, member.
Thank you, Minister. Line item 16, contract employment. Under this line item, 2023 estimate of 200,000, only 7,000 was utilized. Can you explain why is that so? Why it was not utilized for contract employment?
Member, I advise again that this is just the estimate, so I don't actually have the actual.
Can you identify if any persons are actually on contract at the ASTT?
Member, what I can tell you is they propose to hire a driver on contract, a maid, and a cleaner. And the note says, and this is what we were advised by ACT. They currently utilize the driver assigned from the Ministry of Agriculture. So I think it's the intention to hire their own driver in going forward.
Thank you, Minister.
Head 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, vehicle, and I'm seeing a $236,000 allocation for 2024. Can the Minister advise what this allocation is going to be used for? What vehicle is going to be purchased with this line item?
Madam Chair, this is to purchase a vehicle for use by the Agricultural Society. One vehicle.
09, National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation, page 501. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, can you advise us the number of vacant positions under this line item?
Madam Chair, there are currently 5 vacant positions under this line item.
Line item 02, can you advise the number of vacant positions?
20.
Are we to expect any of those vacant positions to be filled during this financial year?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can you say how many of these positions?
Well, remember line item 1, there are 5. We're going to try to fill the 5, and in line item 2, there are 20 vacancies, and we're going to try to fill as much as possible.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 09, rent, lease, vehicle and equipment. Minister, can you advise the number of functional vehicles, non-functional derelict vehicles under this line item?
Madam Chair, this line item in particular is used for the costs associated with tent and tables for all our farmers' markets and other stakeholder functions. No vehicles.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 11, Zoological Society of Trinidad and Tobago, we are at page 509. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister attention to line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, out of the 14 vacant positions to be filled from last year to now, can you advise how many of those positions has in fact been filled?
Madam Chair, I'm advised that we have 29 positions, and this is the increase is to fill 4 vacant positions to also accommodate acting allowance and increments.
Minister, can you advise how many vacant positions still exist?
4.
4. Minister, under this line item, provide a breakdown. Okay.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, ma'am. To the Honourable Minister, line item 21, repair and maintenance of buildings. Minister, we see a $1.3 million allocation for this line item for fiscal 2024. Can you advise the reason what we expect to utilize this $3.3 million for in 2024?
Madam Chair, we have some maintenance of existing and already completed exhibits. Several areas are not yet completed, and aging infrastructure, we have some additional work to undertake.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, item 002, productive sectors. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 53, St. Augustine Nurseries, Development and Provision of Facilities for the St. Augustine Nurseries. Minister, for 2023, we saw an estimate of $2.5 million. However, none of it was utilized as to what we are seeing in front of us here. With respect to the revised estimate, what we're seeing here is nil as of this time. Can you explain why it is this $2.5 million was not fully utilized?
Madam Chair, in 2023, an award of a contract for the digitalization and online sales and upgrade of the sales area was undertaken, but again, the procurement legislation came into effect on the 26th, and therefore we had some delays in terms of meeting the obligations for this project.
However, Minister, in the Ministers of Finance budget presentation, he boasted about works being done at the St. Augustine Nurseries. This work would have been estimated in 2023 to be $2.5 million. That is why we had that allocation there. And as you indicated, it was not done. Now we are seeing a decrease in this line item down to $900,000. How can this small amount be able to fulfill the work that we had planned to do in 2023? Or is it that this government intends to forsake the St. Augustine Nurseries towards a HDC development complex?
Madam Chair, in 2024, the allocation of $900,000 will be utilized to effect some of the works I've just outlined. That was started in 2023. We also intend to construct one citrus greenhouse for establishment of citrus seed garden. As the member knows, that this facility is one of the major facilities that contribute to plant material and very highly subsidized plant material that are made available to farmers. We also intend to refurbish a propagation shed for high-value ornamentals, and we intend to expand our exotic fruit germplasm plots at St. Augustine. So, Madam Chair, I don't see those projects as abandoning anything.
Well, thank you very much for your response, Honourable Minister. And next year we will see what was done, or if we will get excuses for it not being completed. Moving on to Project 144, Fruit Ripening Facility. This is a new project allocated for 2024, $65,000. This is a new project for fiscal 2024 of $65,000. And from perusing the other documents provided to us, this is a facility to be constructed in the east of Trinidad. Can the Minister advise the number of farmers that the project intends to benefit?
Thank you. Madam Chair, this $65,000, as the member just made aware, is a new project. We intend to initiate design works to facilitate the installation of a fruit ripening facility located at the Valencia market. Some of the commodities would be tomato, pawpaw, the degreening of citrus. We are also looking at plantain and local banana varieties like Sukie and Silk. Madam Chair, NAMDEFCO has identified the potential for this storage for ripening facility to deal with gluts in the market and to ensure that the price fluctuations that our consumers face is alleviated. And this, Madam Chair, is again a new project that we intend to do that will benefit all the farmers.
Okay, moving on to another project. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I move on to project 145, the establishment of a processing facility for an alternative to wheat flour and pepper mash. Can you explain what this $65,000 for 2024 is going to be utilized, and what are the milestones that we should see coming out of this project?
Madam Chair, 145, again, a new project, and we really intend to conduct a feasibility study, pre-construction activities, survey, analysis, and design for this project. Again, NAMDEF has identified the potential for processing several raw commodities, such as local food, local root crops and peppers. Again, the location, member, would be at the Piaco Packhouse facility.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 145, alternative to wheat flour. Would that, you mentioned root crops, would that also include things like green fig flour, breadfruit flour, things that are gluten-free?
Yes, Madam Chair. It is to stimulate the agro-processing industry, and it's to ensure that primary processing of raw material, raw agricultural commodities, does not contaminate the other activities at that location. So we will be considering all the alternative to wheat flour.
Thank you.
Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Honourable members, item 003 spans 5 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. D, Fishing. E, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to Project 280, the Orange Valley Wholesale Market, upgrade to that facility to the standards. Minister, can you advise what we are seeing here is $1 million was allocated to this in 2023. However, in front of us, the revised estimates shows nil. Can you advise why it is for 2024 it's also no allocation was given to this project?
Remember, this particular line item, upgrade of electrical works, were completed, and to support the installation of 6 40-feet reefers that our stakeholders would be able to use to store fish and seafood for the fisherfolk industry. And again, because of the procurement legislation, that delay in this project, the project will continue, and of course, the funding arrangements, we will be making funding arrangements via Viament to support this project.
Thank you for that piece of information, Minister. I'd like to draw your attention to Project 278, Port of Spain Wholesale Fish Market, and there was supposed to be an upgrade there also that was estimated at $500,000 for 2023. However, the figure in front of us is nil in the revised estimate, and also for 2024, there isn't anything allocated towards this project. Can you explain the reason for that?
Madam Chair, this line item, currently we have consultations going on. Persons would know that operations at the Port of Spain facility is also being proposed to move to Carenage because of HACCP seafood standards, and it's really to meet the growing demand of our fisherfolk for trading space. Again, consultations are presently ongoing for the stakeholders in this particular community to chart the way forward.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, Project 287, upgrade of a fish landing site, which was estimated in 2023 of $4 million. However, the revised estimate in front of us is $1.2 million, and it is only receiving an allocation for 2023, an estimate for 2023 of $1 million. Can you explain the reduction in these figures and the reason why?
Again, member, work was completed in 2023. So the estimate is in terms of the 23 estimate, that's just an estimated figure. In 2024, we propose to do some rehabilitation work at the Blanchishares and Cali Bay fish landing sites.
Can you provide us with a breakdown of those works to be completed in 2024, please?
We will provide that in writing.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister.
Forestry, member for Couva North.
Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 15, improvement of forest fire protection capability. Minister, this line item in 2023 was estimated at 2.4 million, but we're not seeing anything in the revised estimate. Can you provide us with an explanation as to why and advise us if any work was conducted under this project item?
Madam Chair, procurement delay on this project. It's ready to purchase a vehicle for the mounting of a fire skid, which would be paid for in 2024. This project is an ongoing project, and it's ready to ensure that the Forestry Division has the full capacity to assist in forest fires. As you know, certain areas cannot be accessed by the Trinidad and Tobago Fire Service tenders, and this particular project is to deal with that.
Thank you, Minister. And moving on to line item, project 23, Forestry Access Road. This project was allocated $1 million, was estimated at $1 million in 2023. We're not seeing anything here in the revised estimate. Can you tell us if any of the works that were estimated for 2023 was in fact completed?
Madam Chair, this particular project, the $1 million was transferred to EMBD because the project was not ready in relation to the procurement legislation being in effect. It is proposed in 2024 to do those works in the South Central Conservancy to facilitate the sale of teak and pine.
And what we expect to see with utilization of this $1 million for 2024? Can you provide us with a breakdown?
Roadworks in the South Central Conservancy. I don't have the name of the road. I'll try to provide that.
If you can provide us in writing the locations. Also, Madam Chair, moving on to project 17, improved management of the natural forests of the Southeast Conservancy. The 2023 estimate of 1.5 million, what we are seeing in front of us is a revised estimate of 260,000. Honourable Minister, can you provide us with an explanation of what work was actually conducted in 2023 and what we expect to see in 2024 with the allocation of 1.6 million?
Sure. Madam Chair, in 2023, 6 workers were recruited for the felling and lopping of trees to conduct surveys and demarcation and establishment of research plots. It is proposed in 2024 to continue these activities, felling and lopping of overgrown trees and removal of unwanted species and improved planting. And we are looking at Block 6, Rio Claro East, Block 7, Rio Claro West, Block 10, Rio Claro West, Block 8, Rio Claro East, survey, demarcate and clean boundaries, Block 7, 10, and 8 in the Rio Claro area. Remember, this particular project is really to maintain the blocks that we have. As you would probably know, if you don't clean and maintain the overgrown trees, the commercial stock is at risk. And this is a critical project in going forward for the teak industry.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And Minister, I would like to move your attention now to Project 25, National Parks and Watershed Management Project, which was estimated in 2023 at $2 million. However, what we're seeing in front of us is only 50,000 for the revised estimate of 2023. Can you explain why it is we're only seeing 50,000 here, or can you advise us if any work was conducted for this project?
Madam Chair, work actually did happen at the San Fernando Hill. Of course, this is just an estimated figure at the time. And we are also proposing in 2024 works at Matura, Cora, Trinity Hill, and San Fernando.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, with respect to the project 38, sustainable management of the wildlife resources in Trinidad and Tobago, being estimated at 500,000, we're not seeing any here in the revised estimate. Can you advise us if any work was done on this project also? Again,
member, at the time of this project, we had some procurement delays, and we realized that this project could not have happened in 2023. This 400,000 was moved to service EMBD's loan, It is proposed in 2024 to engage a consultant and a firm to develop and determine the population of the capybara and manatee species in the River Swamp. And this project is really geared towards education, research, and training.
And Honourable Minister, from 500,000, we are seeing an estimate for 2024 of only 200,000. Will this be sufficient for this project?
Yes, we feel this would be sufficient for that engaging of that consultant to produce this work for us.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, for Project 33, which was estimated in 2023 of 800,000, we're not seeing anything utilized. Well, we're not seeing anything here in the revised estimate for 2023, nor are we seeing an allocation for 2024 estimate. Can you advise if this project has now been completed or scrapped?
Yeah. Again, we had some public procurement delays on this project in relation to developing publicity and education campaigns and peripherals. It is proposed that these activities will continue in 2024.
However,
on the recurrent vote.
Sorry.
However, Minister, I'm not seeing any allocation for 2024. So is it that
The
we
member said it would be
environment?
under recurrent.
Okay,
Sorry.
okay. Sorry, I
Under
didn't hear that.
recurrent.
Thank you.
Member for Kamutu Mansinala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I'm at line 013, reforestation. What reforestation projects would have taken place in 2023, and what is the proposed for 2024?
Member, we would have done site preparation and reforestation of the Northern Range hillside at the Lopino site and the watershed area. It is proposed in 2024 that the 600,000 will be sufficient for the first 6 months to address production of 100,000 seedlings that will be utilized in the Northern Range hillside projects.
Yeah, and member, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm seeing more and more houses going more up north towards the mountain. What's the decision, what's the plan forward to prevent our forests from the Northern Range? Because when the rain comes down, it's massive flooding like yesterday.
So, member, unfortunately, in this exercise, I can't allow that type of question. Okay?
Thank you.
F, Land Management Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 67, Survey and Subdivision of State Land for Distribution to Farmers. And my colleague, the MP for St. Augustine, would have highlighted earlier of farmers operating on state land for many years, generation to generation. Some lease has expired, they need to get their leases renewed, etc. And for these farmers to actually become registered farmers, they need certain requirements. Can you provide us with a status on this project, a status update on what's going on with this project?
Madam Chair, this 500,000 was transferred to meet the National Flood Relief Program in RAN and RAS locations. I want to also take note that the project, this particular line item, member, has come to a close, but it is proposed and going forward, the Ministry will be reformulating its approach in site-specific projects, and we will be coming back for survey and subdivision of land. So, for example, as I've taken note of the member for St. Augustine, if there's a location in St. Augustine that requires survey and subdivision, we will be doing that on a project-based, site-specific project and going forward.
Thank you most kindly, Minister. Minister, can you provide us with the information as to how many farmers received land through this project? How many farmers benefited?
Member, as there's no item for this, I will not allow that under this exercise. Okay?
Ma'am, this is the only place that we could ask for the recipient and the beneficial of the project.
No, it's not the only place.
Okay.
Item H, Research and Development. Member for Kamutu Mansinala.
Madam Chair, Honourable Minister, line item 544, Development and Provisions of Facilities at Mapa Farm. Minister, what is entailed for the new fiscal year at Mapa Farms?
Madam, activities for 2024, we are proposing to construct one citrus screening house, the installation of electrical and lighting to the farm nursery, and electrical access to the buildings.
North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 39, Sugarcane Feed Center.
339.
339,
Yes.
sorry. Sugarcane Feed Center, which an estimate on this project for 2023 was 1 million. Honorable Minister, can you provide us with an update on what went on with this project for 2023?
Remember, 2023 we had some procurement delays in executing the projects earmarked for sugarcane. In 2024, we intend to upgrade the non-ruminant abattoir with the allocation.
Thank you for the information, Honorable Minister. Minister, Project 536, Establishment of Community-Based Aquaculture Program. Minister, in 2023, this program received an estimate of $3 million. However, what we are seeing here is $270,000 in the revised estimate. Can you provide us with a status update in terms of what is happening with this project, seeing that there is no allocation for 2024?
Madam Chair, in 2024, it is proposed to have continued collaboration with the CFTDI and the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, who have also included in their program of work community-based aquaculture projects. So, in going forward, we will be collaborating to really establish these aquaculture-based programs, which will be funded from other line items, recurrent, and collaboration.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, Project 538, Establishment of a Packing House Facility for Fresh Produce. In 2023, estimated at $1 million. I'm not seeing anything in the revised estimate, nor anything in the 2024 estimate. Minister, can you advise the status on this project, and can you also tell us if the Brothers Road Packing House and the BC Packing House falls under this project also?
Madam Chair, this line item was reconceptualized and submitted as a new project and establishment of a processing facility for an alternative to wheat, flour, and pepper mash, as discussed earlier. To point you in that direction, Madam Chair, the data line item will be 002/01/1145, as previously discussed on the NAMDEFCO.
Thank you for that information, Honourable Minister. Minister, Project 548, the National Seed Bank project, which was estimated in 2023, $3 million. However, we're seeing in the revised estimate $200,000. Can you provide us with a status update on what's going on with this project? We see only $500,000 was estimated for 2024.
Madam Chair, in 2023, the acquisition of a seed processing equipment, a seed dryer, and seed cleaner was procured. We also expanded the germplasm of root crops and seeds. Works began on the refurbishment of an irrigation system. In 2024, the refurbishment of the irrigation network and WASA reconnection are being pursued with WASA. Funds to be utilized for the installation of a security system at the facility as well. Thank
you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to Project 552, Development of Forage Farm at Montgelou and La Gloria. Minister, with the challenges that these farmers would have had with animal feed, this project would have been very useful in providing support to our farmers. You see, $1 million was estimated for 2023. Can you advise what took place with this project during the last fiscal term?
Madam Chair, as the name suggests, development of forage farms by the APNH, the member would appreciate that this project having been developed, and it's now an ongoing activity of the facility, we intend to maintain this on the recurrent route going forward.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Minister. Minister, Project H553, Coconut Rehabilitation and Replanting Program in the East Coast of Trinidad, estimated in 2023 at $500,000. We see a revised estimate of $41,000. Can you advise us the details of this project with respect to the location of where this activity is taking place?
Madam Chair, this activity, the division completed their pest diagnostic digital platform for coconuts, which targets all of the country. In 2024, we are looking to acquire and distribute superior coconut varieties for all farmers. We also intend to continue our management of coconut pests and diseases, and the member would be aware of some of these: red ring, red palm mite, and the rhino beetle. So this really encapsulates the whole country for benefit.
Minister, can you advise us on the amount of acres allocated for this project?
I'm not able to say the amount of acres, member, because this, as I say, is really geared towards a pest diagnostic digital platform to assist farmers throughout the country in their rehabilitation efforts to identify pest and disease risk mitigation. So it really is to assist all coconut farmers.
Minister, with respect to this project here, from the information provided by the Honourable Minister of Finance in the review of the economy, the copra production contracted substantially by 44.9% during the first 2 quarters of fiscal 2023. I'm seeing here now an allocation of $1 million towards this project here. Can you advise us what we can expect to see the outcome with the utilization of this $1 million in going forward with respect to the overall production?
Madam Chair, the Honourable Member just proved my point, because that contraction was the direct result of red ring, red palm mite, and the rhino beetle,
which has been around for some time now,
impacting
Minister.
the industry. So
Yes.
the $1 million in going forward is to assist with a pest diagnostic digital platform for coconut, to assist all farmers in the country in treating with these pests and diseases. So we intend to have this project materialize so all farmers can benefit. And we are also collaborating with Guyana on these projects.
And do
where
we
coconut is concerned.
have any sort of targets being set to
As I
determine
said,
the impact of this $1 million, where we're going to get value for our monies being spent? What are the foreseeable results that we're anticipating?
as I said, member, through you, Madam Chair, we intend to target all coconut farmers in the country.
Thank you very much, Minister. Moving on to Project 556, Development and Implementation of a Waste Management System for the Livestock Industry. Minister, can you provide us with a status update on this project?
Madam Chair, in 2023, this line item would have assisted in the purchase of a skid steer to aid in the turning of compost at the Penal Demonstration Station. In addition, equipment was purchased for pre-testing and post-testing of the compost. These tests include moisture content, soil probe, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, ammonia, and hydrogen sulfide content. These tests are to ensure that the runoff from composting is free of contaminants before it enters our natural water courses. And I dare say this project, all the activities of this project were completed in 2023.
Okay, so this project will discontinue in 2024. Moving on, Madam Chair, to Project 561, Surveillance and Control of Pernicious Pests and Diseases. Minister, under this project, can you advise if this is the project that last year we spoke about concerning the giant African snail eradication program?
Yes, member.
And can you provide us with a status update on where we have reached with that giant African snail eradication? Because as far as I'm seeing, that has outrun the Ministry of Agriculture, it has outrun this government, and the snail seems to have covered all of Trinidad and Tobago, running amok to all gardens, all farmers are being affected. So can you advise us what's going on with respect to this project? I see the estimate of 2023 of 7.9 million. What we have in the revised estimate is only 2 million was utilized from what we are seeing in front of us. I'm not sure if there's additional bills that we will see coming in and when we review next year. But can you advise us on the status with the eradication of the giant African snails?
Sure. Madam Chair, and I know this giant African snail is very close to the honourable member's heart, and I want to say that
yes, it affects it hurts my heart.
I'm very much aware, being a farmer myself. In 2023, Madam Chair, we launched a pilot project to reduce the giant African snail population. The member would be aware about the snail bounty system, the sensitization campaign, and the distribution, and in July, when the program was launched, of snail bait. I want to say, member, that a large order was purchased under the fiscal incentive and are yet to be delivered and distributed to farmers. And this is predominantly because the little delays in the procurement process, where the main supplier, and you know, member, only a few persons supply the metaldehyde and the iron phosphate, which is utilized in the control of giant African snail. This morning, member, I'm happy to report that we have received 1,500 packs of the snail bait, or out of the 8,000 packs that we are procuring, and we are also due to receive part of that shipment in mid-next week, and then another shipment 2 weeks from now, which will be made available to the farming population and members of the public. Under this line item, Madam Chair, I also want to take note that 10,338 livestock on 832 farms were vaccinated against rabies, Madam Chair, and this is really to reduce the effect of the vampire bat population. 13 vets were recruited for a 6-month project, and cows, sheep, bison, and goats were vaccinated in the following areas. Throughout sheep, I said sheep, cow, sheep, bison, and goats were vaccinated throughout the length and breadth of Trinidad. Almost every single farm, livestock farm in this country, over 10,000 animals were successfully vaccinated. Madam Chair, the biological control, as I've mentioned, the metaldehyde. We are also looking at, under this line item, the locust issue and the biological control we are looking at was procured and is expected to be used in the field in November 2023, which is in line with the life cycle of the locust. We also in 2024, we will be continuing and upping our management of the locust, vampire bats, the sweet potato weevil, and the giant African snail, Madam Chair. So I'm happy to report that this project is going well, and I do sympathize with the farmers regarding the giant African snail issue, but we are taking all steps necessary as a government to treat with it.
Thank you very much, Minister. And Minister, we did receive the promises last year. We recognize the challenges that you have had in completing those promises during this financial term, and in going forward for 2024. We really do hope that you are successful in the plans that you have, so that we can collectively work towards ensuring food security for our country and for our citizens.
St. Augustine.
On marketing.
All right, so we haven't reached there yet. Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, my question has to do with line item 561, the very same line item the Minister was just speaking on. Minister, I note your response as to farmers being affected by the giant African snail, but we must also note that residents are also significantly affected by this particular giant African snail. Would any of this allocation listed here be utilized for an education campaign? Previously, from a constituency level, I would have had some of these, but now you are contacting the ministry, and I see it's a challenge. So hence my question to you in terms of an education campaign.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I did say in my response that the snail bait that we have procured is not only for farmers. We do realize that this pest affects all of Trinidad, and the sensitization campaign has never really stopped. We have increased the sensitization campaign through our platforms, our various social media platforms, and even the pamphlets that the ministry has put out gives residents, especially the residents, all the mechanisms to utilize to treat with this pest. As I said, it is listed as probably the world's worst pest. So it's not just limited to Trinidad and Tobago. It is across the world. It is one of the most destructive pests, and we have to deal with it collectively. Thank you.
Member for Vancouver North? No?
Thank you.
Item I, Production and Marketing. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Item 346, Wholesale Market Upgrade at Mokoya. In the last fiscal, 800,000 was allocated. I don't see a figure for a revised estimate, and the allocated sum for 2024 is a measly 240,000. Given the volume of sales that the Mokoya market facilitates, can the minister indicate what improvement works or what works was done with the 800,000 allocated in last fiscal, and what do you plan to do, the details of what you plan to do for fiscal 2024 with 240,000?
Madam Chair, as the line item suggests, establishment of a wholesale market, we would all recognize that the market has already been established. And the zero here, Madam Chair, really deals with the procurement delay and the reflection on the book, because we have installed a generator at that facility, and this bill will be paid in 2024.
Member for Vancouver North?
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to Project 347, Development of Agricultural Niche Product, Hill Rice, Honey Forestry Products for Diversification, where we have a 200,000 allocation for 200 estimate for 2023. Honourable Minister, during our Joint Select Committee of the PAAC public hearing held on May 17th of this year, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries official indicated that it intends to pursue initiative to revitalize the rice, coconut and cocoa industry. Can you advise if this 200,000 allocation includes the initiative to revitalize these industries?
Madam Chair, I think I mentioned earlier that the rice collaboration and the coconut collaboration, they were met by the fiscal incentives of the Ministry of Finance. And I'm happy to report that as those projects are quite successful. In fact, the government would have acquired 95 tons of rice seed from Guyana, which we distributed free of charge to all of our rice farmers. And as we speak, we have over 1,000 acres of rice on the ground that will be harvesting sometime November, December. So I'm very happy to report that. So this 200,000 member is not utilized for that project. This 200,000 in 2024 is going to be used for the Moruga Hill Rice development of project, procuring of seeds, tools, and treatment for conducting farmers' outreach. Because what we have seen is that although it's a niche product, and although it's really centered around the Moruga area, farmers throughout the country are expressing the need, due to climate change and the problems we are seeing with water resource, to plant uphill land varieties and species. We have the Moruga Hill rice here in Trinidad, and it is going to be explored for farmers throughout the country who wishes to plant rice, who does not have the level of water resources which this rice does not really require.
Thank you very much for that piece of information, Honourable Minister. Taking into consideration from 2017, the production of rice fell from 1.6 million to only 351,000 kilograms in 2021, as presented by the Minister of Finance in the review of the economy. So what we have seen happening with the rice industry is a consistent decline in the production of rice. So we are happy to hear of the initiative, and we will definitely be looking forward to see what the outcome are in going forward.
Member for St. Augustine.
Item 363, refurbishment and expansion of a storage facility at the Piapo Packing House. I was happy to hear the Minister of Finance mention the refurbishment of the packing house facility in Piarco. I was very disappointed to see that the 2024 estimate for this item is only $25,000. Can the Minister provide the details as to what you plan to do with this $25,000, if it will be sufficient to bring the facility up to standard, and or what will you be lacking after utilizing this $25,000? It's a very tiny sum for that purpose.
Madam Chair, this $25,000 is going to be used to refurbish the chillers that we have in the Piarco Packhouse facility. And that, Madam Chair, is to ensure the items stored in the shed are covered and protected from weathering, to create a proper storage area, to clean and maintain, and therefore to avoid having instances of rodent and pest contamination at the facility.
J, other services. K, drainage and irrigation. Member for Kamutu Manzanilla.
J.
I'm at K.
Okay, sorry.
Would your hands raised? Would your hands raised?
Any questions on K, or are we going on?
Yes, question.
Yes. Member for Kuwa South. On K.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, could you elaborate on the acquisition of sites for non-agricultural development purposes?
Could you tell me what item it is?
Okay, and
K.
Oh, I thought you reached other economic services. My apologies.
That's right.
When you
Member for Kuwa North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question on key Project 001, Water Management and Flood Control Program. Honorable Minister, this line item was estimated at $3 million in 2023. However, what we are seeing in front of us here is $450,000. Can you explain what took place in 2023? What was the work completed that may be yet to come in, bills yet to come in? Can you explain what happened in 2023 with this project?
Thank you. Madam Chair, in 2023, this line item would have allowed us to purchase a wheel tractor and rotary disc bank mower. For those who don't know, that is a machine that cleans water courses in the area. We had some procurement delays on this project. It is proposed in 2024 for the Orange Grove food crop project. We are going to be repairing the sluice gate system in Orange Grove, and we are also going to be reconstructing the access road leading to the sluice gates at that project.
Manzanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 003. I see there is only $50,000 that was utilized out of the budgeted $5 million. Minister, can you tell me the status of that project?
Madam Chair, in 2023, we would have constructed the sump at Plumiton to facilitate the installation of the pumps. The pumps are going to be acquired in this fiscal. Site civil engineer and site supervisor was also hired in aid the implementation of all the infrastructural works, site preparation for the installation of the pump. In 2024, again, as I said, we have some outstanding balances. We also intend to install a 24-inch drainage pump, and we also intend to do some road works to be completed in the Plumiton food crop project.
Thank you.
St. Augustine.
Thank you. Madam Chair, after the last December's terrible floods, the Minister of of Agriculture did visit the Orange Grove estates, and the issue of the repair to the floodgates was pointed out, and he did give his commitment. While I'm happy to hear you mention of the repairs to the floodgate, the water courses themselves require work in terms of building the banks. Is that included in this project, and you have plans, if not, if you have plans to do it in the future, because the Orange Grove farm, there are a lot of farmers there, and they have been very patient. I know that the officers of the ministry often visit that area. It is well planted, it is well in terms of the amount of crop growing there. So can you indicate in terms of continuing the flood management in that area, what plans you have for the Orange Grove estate?
And you're on 001, right? Yes. Right. That embankment, as you referred to, would not be able to be done under this line item. However, it will be accommodated under a different line item, infrastructural works.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are at 11 other economic services.
When I get to other economic services, I'll make sure that I call you.
005.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and I'd like to refer the Minister's attention back to line item 001, Water Management and Flood Control Program for 2024, that $5.5 million. Minister, can you advise us the areas that are going to benefit from this program?
Which line item, member?
001.
Right. This project, Madam Chair, it's specifically for the Orange Grove Food Crop Project, as I've indicated earlier.
Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 001, Water Management and Flood Control Program. Minister, I note you would have stated a piece of equipment for clearing of water courses. I am taking the opportunity to put on the public record that the Jerningham farmers, they have been requesting at least 5 channels to be cleaned for 9 years now. And I have been writing since I came into office, 2020. We have done several site visits with representatives of the Ministry of Agriculture. I'm asking, when you get this equipment, or if you have not received it as yet, if you can place some focus there and really assist these farmers. Many of them are registered. So I'm just placing that as well on the public record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem.
Okay. So, K again, this is land. Yes, Member for St. Augustine.
005, Development of Water Management Infrastructure for the Caroni-Biokal area. I note that there is no allocation under this item. Can you state if this project is complete, if it is satisfactorily functioning, and, well, I don't think it's complete, but...
Allow that because there's been no allocation under this from 2023.
That is why my concern is that there has been no allocation. My concern
well,
is...
with greatest respect, I think the concern is a bit belated for this exercise. Okay? You would have had 2 opportunities in 2023 regarding
well, my question is the minister plan to do any work here at all?
Well, if there's nothing, I can't allow that.
Sometimes the minister would say they plan to via money or they plan to get a supplemental.
And he would answer that based on the question being allowed. Okay, so he can't answer it if the question is not allowed. All right? So I go on. That's fine. Okay, K, land acquisition. This is on page 146. Couva South, is this where you are?
Yes, Madam.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, could you provide some details of the acquisition of sites for non-agricultural development purposes? How many sites have been earmarked and where, and so on, and how this sum of $8,135,415 will be spent?
Was spent,
sorry.
Madam Chair, there are approximately 100 active land acquisition matters, some of which are awaiting the advice from the Commissioner of Valuation with respect to the updated interest computations, and others require legal supplements. In 2023, payment was effected to 3 land acquisition matters which were ready for payment. Would the member want the full listing?
I would like that full listing to be circulated with the passage of time. And the three matters that you indicated that were settled.
Okay. One, Madam Chair, one was for the extension of the Diego Martin Highway of a parcel of 129.3 square meters. One was for professional fees in relation to recreation ground at Spring Lands San Fabian Estate, Gasparillo. One was for the development of a national park. One was for fees again associated with development of, so it's development of a national park. That's the last two I just called out. Yeah.
And you said that
So it's three land acquisition matters. One entailed a professional fee as well.
Okay, and you indicated that there are about approximately
100 active.
100 active matters. Are you privileged to circulate that information?
No, Madam Chair. Like I said, this 100 active matters, if the member would know, at various stages, some and how these matters are dealt with. Interest accrues on a daily basis. So at the time of when the documentations go to the Commission of Valuation and the instructions are sent to us at the Ministry of Agriculture, only then we can really deal with a matter. And this 100 active matters, as I've indicated, are at various stages of computation.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Vancouver North.
Madam Chair, Honourable Minister, this said project, acquisition of site for non-agricultural development purposes, in 2023 estimated was nil. However, the revised estimate is 8.1 million, which means that environment would have taken place within the ministry where funds would have been moved from one project to fulfill the requirement for this project. Can you tell us where that funds came from?
Madam Chair, the 8.1 would have been wired from projects that were not ready for starting at the point, and this 8.1 was ready, as I've indicated, because the 100 active matters, had we not paid these three land acquisition matters, as I say, we were legally obligated to meet these at this point in time.
So if you can't provide us with it now, can you provide us with it in writing in terms of where the funds came from, which project it was via from?
Sure, I'll try to provide that in writing.
Item 004, social infrastructure. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 006, upgrade of the Caroni Bird Sanctuary Visitor Center. This project was received an estimate for 2023 of $1 million. However, we're not seeing anything here in the revised estimate. Can the Minister advise if any work was conducted for 2023 that he's aware of?
Madam Chair, we had some procurement delays on this project in 2023. Preliminary works, scope of works were completed for a flamingo enclosure at the Caroni Visitor Center. In 2024, we propose to construct this flamingo enclosure for a specially bred flamingo, a flightless, which is going to be donated by the Zoological Association of the Americas. And the offsprings of these will be able to fly and roost nearby and enhance our population at the site to create that ecotourism product for Trinidad and Tobago.
Item, Member for Zedeggerson, yes?
I'm happy to hear about the flamingo enclosure and so on. Does the $2 million, the entire $2 million allocated in 2024, only for that, or are there other infrastructural works planned for that Caroni Bird Sanctuary visitor site?
Madam Chair, there are other works. The list was quite long, hence I paused there. Rehabilitation of the septic system and construction of external toilets. You know the swamp area and the construction challenges there. We also intend to rehabilitate the surrounding, include upgrade railings around the visitor center, and we also intend to put interactive displays for information sharing and communication. And also there's an upgrade of the electrical to meet the required standards at that facility.
Madam, there was a challenge with security at that facility, and there was a suggestion that monitoring or CCTV camera system was to be placed, or bottom line, some security measures. That facility there, because of where it's located, security is an issue. I know that you have the patrols where you have engaged the Coast Guard and the police and so on to do the patrols in the swamp. Can you state what infrastructure, if any, will be put in concerning securing that facility?
Yeah. Madam Chair, security is covered under a different line item, and I do take note of the members' comments and remarks.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honourable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. L, Agricultural Youth Apprentice Program, member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, Project 005, Development of Young Entrepreneur in Ornamental Horticulture in Rural Communities. This was estimated at $1 million in 2023. Can you advise the status on this project, please?
Madam Chair, in 2023, $400,000 from this project was utilized for the National Flood Relief Program. In 2023, the installation of automated irrigation system for Shade House at La Pastora plant propagation station was completed. This project will now be a part of the ETIS Extension, Training and Information Services Division of the Ministry. And we also intend to partner with the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, which is really geared towards young entrepreneurs in all spheres of Trinidad and Tobago. So this project will be done from different avenues.
And can you advise which rural community will benefit from this project in going forward?
Madam Chair, all rural communities will be considered.
Thank you.
A, Administrative Services, member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 150, Capacity Building for the Predial Larceny Squad. And this project came from formerly shown as provision for infrastructure for the Predial Larceny Squad. It was transferred from Group F here into Group A. Minister, this project originally had an allocation of $9 million in Group F for 2023. What we're seeing here in 2024 is $3 million. Can you advise us what this $3 million is going to be utilized for?
Sure. And we are on 150, right? Capacity
150, yes.
In 2023, member, $4 million was transferred to the National Flood Relief Program, $3 million to utilities. In 2023, $820,150 was utilized to...
Minister, we're talking about the $3 million in 2024.
Yeah, my apologies.
That's right.
The $3 million in 2023. When we go to Project F, we will treat with the $9 million. However, for this $3 million here...
member, contracts were awarded for the supply and delivery of 3 new 4x4 vehicles, delivery and payment in fiscal 2024. An additional 3 vehicles are also in the tendering stages at the Ministry of Agriculture. So, predominantly vehicle purchase.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, with respect to the project 208, development of an electronic document management system for state land. This project was estimated in 2023 of $2 million. We see $460,000 in the revised estimate for 2023 with no allocation for 2024. Can you provide us with a status update on this project, please?
Madam Chair, in 2023, the project entailed the validation and scanning of land management files as part of the Ministry's digitalization efforts. In 2024, activities under this project will now be considered under recurrent, as is an ongoing activity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, with respect to Project 211, implementation of a document management system at NAMDEVCO. Is this to integrate the NAMDEVCO with the Ministry of Agriculture also?
Madam Chair, these funds are really for the advisory services, hardware and software, backfile conversion, and signage pads. These funds were also released to facilitate the payment to Memory Bank Computers Limited for the supply and installation of hyper-convergent server infrastructure solutions. So really to develop their IT needs at NAMDEVCO.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, out of the 2 million, we're not seeing any revised estimates. So can you tell us what has already been completed with respect to this project?
Remember, the list I just called out, that has
been completed.
Yes, so this project has completed.
All right, and nothing for 2024, so this project will come to a close.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Minister, with respect to project 210, Smart Agriculture Program, Artificial Intelligence, which was estimated in 2023 at $1 million, there isn't anything in the revised estimate for 2023. There's a small allocation for 2024 of $300,000. Can you give us a status update on this project?
Sure. Madam Chair, some of the items that this line item proposed to purchase were out of stock and would have been being delivered during this fiscal. So those items, it is proposed for that $300,000 to pay for some of those items which would be arriving in the country during this fiscal.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that update, Honourable Minister. Minister, I want to move your attention across project 209, implementation of an action plan to address illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in ports and waters under the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. This is a very important project, Minister, especially taking into consideration the red flag, the red card that we received recently, where we were downgraded from that yellow to red. This project for 2023 was estimated at $2 million. However, there isn't an estimate for 2024. Can you provide us with a status update on this project?
Sure. Madam Chair, I also want to take this opportunity to thank the member for, in raising this point, pledging his support and the opposition support in this issue of getting Trinidad and Tobago out of the red card situation. And I do look forward to your support, member. This project, you would be aware that considerable progress has been made in the Fisheries Management Bill, which aims to address the issue of IUU fishing in the waters under the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, this bill has been shared with all stakeholders for review, and final consultations is expected to conclude in the end of November 2023, after which it will be engaging the Parliament. So we are calling on the opposition to assist us in passing that. The reason for the zero member, you would be aware that the bill speaks to a number of resources and financial arrangements. We wouldn't know what would be required at this point in time until after the passage of that legislation, after which we'll be happy to approach the very generous Minister of Finance to assist in the execution of the legal obligations of that bill.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, just to elaborate on 209, because we were yellow carded in 2016, and now in 2023, in September of 2023, we were red carded. So it has escalated. And I find that the fact that there is no allocation in 2024, and the issue of legislation is part of the process. But why is the government not going ahead, in spite of the legislation being addressed, to go with the action plan to put money to address illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing in the ports and waters under the jurisdiction of Trinidad and Tobago? You do not need legislation for that. And I think it shows that the government has neglected this area, and that is why it has been red carded by the European Union.
Madam Chair, if I would direct the member onto the name of the line item, implementation of an action plan. we did implement the action plan. Hence the reason why
Since
we
2016.
have a bill that is coming to the Parliament, and we've just gotten the support of my honourable colleague from Couva North, who is prepared to support the passage because he knows the meaning of the red card in Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, if I may just continue with respect to the lack of allocation for 2024, while we in the opposition will always support good legislation
209, right?
on 209,
Sure.
all right, while we in the opposition will always support good legislation, we also respect the consultative approach towards good legislation. We have, as the Honourable Minister has indicated, completed the written submissions from various stakeholders. I am hoping that the Minister is going to continue supporting stakeholders' engagement, because from my understanding, we are now to go out and have open verbal communication with these stakeholders. There's going to be a lot of activities going to be happening and going forward in 2024. But for those activities, can you advise if it is going to be funded on another project or another line item? Because I'm not seeing any allocation here in 2024. So is it that this government is going to shut down all consultations and will not allow stakeholders to do their verbal presentation, feedback to the various amendments, etc.?
You wish to intervene?
Yes, certainly. Firstly, nothing can be done until the consultations are completed, which would feed into the legislation, and then one would hope one would get the support of the opposition to pass the legislation. It is because we have not, Madam Speaker, I didn't interrupt them. They can't help it, you know. It is because we have not passed the legislation that we have been red carded. I want to repeat something that the Minister of Trade said some time ago, that less than 1% of our exports of fish go to the European Union. In fact, it's probably 0.1%. So it's a very small percentage. And therefore, it is not something that is earth-shattering, although important. There is provision within the allocation to the Caribbean Fisheries and Training Institute to fund the consultation. So, honourable members, opposite should not be concerned. There is money in the budget for the consultations, and it's within the Caribbean Fisheries allocation.
Thank you, Honourable Minister of Finance, for sharing that piece of information with us. However, one of the reasons that can account for less than that 1% that you are referring to, we take into consideration that is over $5 billion in trade that goes on with Trinidad and the EU, and one of the reasons is because we were on the yellow card. Now we have moved to red card, and this is not just going to be affecting the government, but it's going to be affecting all the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It's going to be affecting the fisher folk from accessing that market. So the quicker that we can work towards it and put things in place, it is something that we on this side will always support good legislation, utilizing the consultative approach and the consultative process.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I need to correct the record. The percentage of our exports of fish to the EU is 0.1%. There's a reason for that. Our fish exports go elsewhere. There is no market, no huge market to be developed in the EU compared to the other countries that we export fish to. Of course, we would want our fisher folk, I think that's a politically correct word, to export fish to the EU, but they export fish elsewhere, and they do very well at those exports all over the world. So there is nothing to worry about. There's no need to raise a red flag on this matter.
F, public buildings. K, F, public buildings, member for Couva North.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to F-150, capacity building for the pre-jail larceny squad of $9 million that was allocated in 2023. Honorable Minister, under this line item in 2023, we had spoken about the infrastructure, the poor infrastructure that the pre-deal larceny squad is exposed to. In Central, there isn't a functional pump system for the pre-deal larceny unit. In the event of no water, we have officers having to full rainwater, full buckets to flush toilets, etc. in 2023. There is no allocation in this project for 2024 because, well, we see it has moved across to Group A, which you told us it's only going to be used to address vehicle purchase. But what about the infrastructure requirements, the infrastructure upgrade? The fence is broken down in Carsonfield. There are firearms inside there. It is a security risk to the officers of the pre-deal larceny squad. The walls are a very dirty state. It needs painting, it needs upgrading. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. Can you advise us what solution is there on the horizon for the pre-deal larceny squad under this line item, under this project?
Yes, Madam Chair, in my delivery of the answer, it was again quite extensive, but tender evaluations were already completed for the infrastructural upgrades at Carsonfield, El Reposo, and the Cregnish office. So apart from the vehicle purchase, we have reached the stage of tender evaluations for the 3 sites that the pre-deal larceny officers are going to be housed at. So in this fiscal, we also intend to deal and treat with the building capacity needs and the infrastructural needs of the pre-deal larceny squad.
So we may see some firemen coming forward in that Group A 150, based on what was projected here at $9 million, is now being allocated $3 million in 2024.
Yes, member. Yes.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And Madam Chair, I'd like to move on to another project, Project 151, upgrade of Centennial Livestock Station, which was estimated in 2023 at $1 million. However, we're not seeing anything in the revised estimate. Can you provide us with a status update on what transpired in 2023 with respect to this project?
Member, just what line item are you on?
Line item 151, upgrade of Centennial Livestock Station. $151.
Right. Madam Chair, this line item, this $1 million was transferred in 2023 for commitments, legal commitments to the EMBD loan. In 2024, it's proposed these activities will be taken care of under our recurrent votes.
Minister, can you provide us with a status update on Project 152, upgrade of the artificial breeding center?
Also, with regard to 152, member, $1 million, this $1 million, $1 million out of the 2023 was transferred to the National Flood Relief Program. 2024, the activities under the breeding unit will be explored under recurrent votes.
Can you advise us what transpired with respect to this project in 2023, if anything at all?
Member, in 2023, as I said, $1 million transferred to the National Flood Relief Program because the works associated with this project was not ready to start due to procurement delays. So $1 million was transferred to National Flood Relief Program. The balance was transferred to meet our obligations, legal obligations for EMBD loan.
Will that works commence in 2024?
Yes, as I said, the 2024, the activities under the PNH and the Artificial Breeding Center will be considered under recurrent votes.
Okay, thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. And moving on to Project 153, the construction of the internal box train at the processing floor of Woodford Lodge facility. Can you provide us with an update on the status of that project?
Madam Chair, this activity was completed under project 00301, line 359, and this is the upgrades to the Central Farmers Market. In 2024, no estimates, and some of the works here could be considered under different votes.
K, lands and surveys. Yes, Member for Couva North.
Honourable Minister, when we discussed this project 005, Aerial Land LiDAR Survey of Trinidad and Tobago, you indicated that the last time this was conducted would have been somewhere around 2014. From then to now, the project remains on the books, and year after year we see an allocation, but in the revised estimate it remains as nil, as the actual for 2022 indicate nil, and the revised estimate for 2023 we're not seeing anything there under that revised estimate. Can you explain to us if any work in fact did take place for 2023, and what are we to expect with this $4 million allocation for 2024?
Sure. Madam Chair, in 2023, 60% part payment to the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center for the conduct of the aerial and LiDAR survey for Tobago was effected. The estimated date of completion is November 2023. 50% part payment went to the Geo Hub for Quality Assurance Services for this LiDAR survey. In 2024, we are going to be completing the LiDAR survey over Tobago. We're going to be doing vector extraction contract, aerial and LiDAR survey commitments. Again, the balance to the quantity assurance and quality control of this project. If at that point in time we have a balance on this project, Trinidad is also going to be considered.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. D, Fishing, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 289, upgrading construction of a fishing facility in Trinidad. Out of the 10 million allocated, estimated in 2023, Minister, I'm not seeing anything in the revised estimate. Can you provide us with an update of what works would have been conducted for this project?
Madam Chair, at this facility, additional works were identified under this project at Caranage. Some of these works include the jetty, gazebo, boardwalk, perimeter fencing, and we are awaiting the outstanding bills from UDICOT who are expected to be paid in this fiscal related to this project.
Thank you.
Sure.
Continue. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, for 2024, the upgrading construction of fishing facility in Trinidad, we see a $5 million allocation, and I want to use this opportunity to make representation on behalf of my colleague, the MP for Pointe-a-Pierre, who have indicated in the past some works to be done at the Claxton Bay fishing facility. From the security cameras come right back up, upgrade work. Also at the Cali Bay fishing facility, there are many requests that we have been publicly calling for: the establishment of a security guard boat, the upgrading of the lighting facility, the construction of the jetty there at the Cali Bay fishing facility. Can you advise us if in 2024, out of this $5 million, within Central and Pointe-a-Pierre and in Couva North, we can see some of these projects materializing?
Madam Chair, in my previous responses, I would have mentioned Cali Bay and Blanchiseux's upgrades on that different line item.
Yes.
That will be undertaken in this fiscal. In relation to Claxton Bay, I was there recently, and I share your plea, Member, and we'll definitely look at exploring all the fishing facilities on a priority basis and see what we can do this fiscal.
Thank you most kindly, Minister.
F, Land Management Services, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Project 002, Development of Lands at Caroni and Orange Grove by EMBD. Out of the 30 million estimated for 2023, can you advise us what work was completed in fiscal 2023?
Madam Chair, in 2023, the sum of $29,993.90 $93,981 was used to pay the upfront freeze and accrued statutory interest expenses related to the $153 million loan, the Republic Bank loan, and to effect payment for legal proceedings and litigation matters.
And can you provide us with the projection for 2024, this $5 million that is allocated for fiscal 2024? What are some of the works we expect to see completed in 2024 with this allocation?
Madam Chair, in 2024, we still have some additional litigation matters that are yet to be finalized, and therefore the costs are still to be determined. And this $5 million will be utilized to settle, if any litigation and other matters that may arise in 2024.
J, other services. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this new project, infrastructural project by PSEL, Palaseco Agricultural Enterprise Limited, of the $150 million here allocated, the Minister of Finance in his presentation did in fact speak about the works, the upgrade of the agricultural access roads that will be undertaken by the Palaseco Agricultural Enterprise Limited. Can you provide us with a breakdown of the proposed access roads we expect to see rehabilitated utilizing this $150 million? Is there a work plan for this line item?
Madam Chair, I want to say in relation to this new line item, I want to thank Haji Minister Kazim Hussein, who would have listened to the plea of all members of public, all farmers, all MPs, and would have graciously been able to access the goodwill and the generosity of our Honourable Minister of Finance to make this provision. And simply to say that the listing of priority will be a work in progress as we go forward to determine the work that will be undertaken to assist the agricultural fraternity in Trinidad.
Thank you very much, Minister. And Minister, we do hope that this $150 million allocation doesn't turn out to be like the $500 million stimulus and the $300 million stimulus, which was there allocated and not utilized to benefit the farmers, because over the last 8 years, farmers continue to suffer from the abandonment of the maintenance of agricultural access roads. However, other than the priority listing, do you have a preliminary listing of the agricultural access roads that are under consideration to benefit from this $50 million?
Madam Chair, as the member would know, all farmers in all counties normally visit their county office and make representation for infrastructural works to be done in their community. We also say in community groups, members of the public, local government representatives, and Member of Parliament would normally make representation to the Minister of Agriculture, and we encourage all members to do so as we conceptualize this work program for fiscal 2024.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, you will recall that we have conducted site visits. I have requested the former Minister of Agriculture. However, you did represent the former Minister of Agriculture in the completion of those site visits. You saw for yourself first-hand information what the Felicity farmers have to undergo, those on the western side of Factory Road, where the agricultural access roads there are in a very deplorable state. And I'm just humbly making a plea to you to have some consideration for these roads that we did visit. You did give us a commitment that funding was a challenge, and once this funding was made available, you will consider upgrading these roads. So I'm really hoping that in 2024 we can see some of those commitments coming to fruition.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do take note of the comments. I mean, it is my hometown, so I dare say we are government for all, and we encourage all MPs to make their representations to the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, as well as the normal process, which is farmers make their representation to the county office which they belong, and those works will form part of the program and going forward. But simply to say that I really want to thank Minister of Finance for making this provision for us. It will help the country.
For social infrastructure. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 004, Improvement and Expansion Work, Emperor Valley Zoo. Minister, this line item, this project in 2023 saw an estimate of 50 million. However, what we're seeing here is 10 million. What we're seeing here is 6.5 million was utilized, was recorded here as the revised estimate. Can you provide us with an update of what works were completed for 2023?
Can I, in the interest of time, to take that in writing? We have public servants for 3 other ministries lined up.
Sure. And also, Honourable Minister, if you can provide us in writing the scope of works for the 15 million for 2024 also.
Obliged.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $776,573,400 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $776,573,400 for Head 77, Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, Deputy PS, and all your other technocrats. Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry. Ministry of Trade and Industry, $273,124,140. I will now invite the Minister of Trade and Industry to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before the Standing Finance Committee. The Ministry of Trade and Industry's core responsibility is to grow trade, business and investment, particularly through driving the non-energy sectors of the economy. The key development priorities, programs and policies of the Ministry are anchored in the country's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, the National Trade Policy and the Phase 2 report of the Roadmap to Recovery, Transform into a New Society and a New Economy. The Ministry continues to work assiduously on its important portfolio. The priority areas which guide our work during fiscal 2023 and which will continue to guide our work in fiscal 2024 are the deepening and expanding of Trinidad and Tobago's trading relationships by improving market access with existing and new trading partners, further growing and expanding the manufacturing and services sectors, among other sectors, facilitating increased local and foreign direct investment, providing economic spaces which provide the opportunity for increased investment and employment creation, continued institutional reform, building the competitiveness of SMEs, and the implementation of various training opportunities, thereby increasing the employability of citizens as well as ensuring a cadre of skilled workers. And I thank you, Madam Speaker. I look forward to the questions.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $273,124,140, for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $273,124,140 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 274. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Point of Pair.
59, right?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Minister, line item 06, remuneration to board members. 2024 fiscal, 500,000 is identified in that particular line item. Nothing before in 23 or 22. Is this a new set of a company, more board members? Could you help us? What is $500,000 will be for?
You recall that we've set up a Special Economic Zones Authority, and these will in fact include the fees, the travel allowances, etc. for the board members of this authority. It's an A board.
How many board members would be on this board, the Special Economic Board?
11.
Sam?
11 members.
11. They would be considered full-time board members or part-time?
I don't know that they're
executive. Well, executive board members.
No, they are not executive board members.
Okay.
Member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister and your team. I'm looking at line item number 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Can you indicate in this financial year what is the purpose of the spent of $180,000 in terms of what committees can we expect to be appointed by cabinet in respect of Ministry of Trade?
These are in particular for the National Trade Facilitation Committee and also the National Quality Council. In the case of the National Trade Facilitation Committee, there are 2 co-chairs and 10 members. And in the case of the National Quality Council, there's a chair, a deputy chair, and 11 members.
And this is the same committee which was expended the $100,000 in the last financial year? The same set of committees?
Yes, same committees. But we expect them to meet with greater frequency and so on. Yeah.
Sure, certainly.
Item 002, Weights and Measures Inspectorate. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On line item 16, contract employment. Minister, I see that there's an allocation of $10.7 million for 2024, a spend of $10.2 million for 2023. Can you indicate whether or not this is for the hiring of consultants?
Hiring of consultants at all. These are for contract positions.
Contract positions.
That's right.
Minister, how many persons were hired in the last fiscal year under this line item?
In terms of contract positions, I can tell you the number of persons that we have on contract are 63 persons.
63. And
not hired last year, though.
They were continuing from previous year.
That's right.
So, Minister, will the hiring of consultants go under what fees? Line item number 23?
So are you going to line item 23
Yeah, I'm just
now?
confirming so I could ask a question there.
No, under fees.
Yes.
That sum of that you're seeing there, it's for the payment of licenses for head office at Barataria. This is the renewal of license for the IP telephony PBX system, the Adobe Creative Suite, the software again needed for graphic designs done by the communications unit.
Right.
Also, the increase you would see is because of its payment for arbitration fees for external counsel with regard to TTEC Incorporated.
Minister, I'll take you back to line item 16. Under contract employment, is there anyone by the name of Mr. Tahaka Ubika being paid under this line item?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, sure.
Fishing?
Minister, you answered very quickly, man. You give the chair a chance to. All right, proceed, no problem. Item 002, Weights and Measures Inspectorate. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Member for Opuch West.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I refer the Minister to line item 05, Telephones. I noticed the 2022 spend of $2,360. You had an estimate for $165,600 in 2023, but based on your revised figure, you had no spend in 2023, and now you're asking for $100,000. Is it that we did not have a spend in 2023 under this subhead telephones, and we are now going to end up with arrears for 2023 for the Consumer Affairs Division?
Arrears, but there's and we intend to make good here, but it's really the Consumer Affairs landline which I want reactivated, and also for mobile units as well.
So, Minister, this landline was deactivated.
Actually, the purpose I want reactivated, I'd like to see more use of it. So I intend to advertise and so on to have greater usage of that Consumer Affairs landline. But it is in use.
But why was no spend in 2023?
Because they were using the ministry's PBX.
Okay.
Yes.
And the $100,000 allocated for 2024 would be sufficient to cover your previous and current.
I'm satisfied that it is enough.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to continue as well.
Which West, member?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
Line items, line items 21, 28, 37, 43.
What page are you talking about?
The same page 282 under Consumer Affairs Division.
Uh-huh.
Line items 21, 28, 37, 43, 57, 96.
Mm-hmm.
All of them had allocations for 2023, but I'm not seeing any spend on the revised estimate figure for 2023. And you simply repeated it in 2024. So I'm trying to figure out from the numbers here, and maybe you can assist, why was there no expenditure undertaken based on your revised figure?
What I can tell you is that we are reopening a number of Consumer Affairs sub-offices. Post-COVID, several of them were closed. We have since opened 2 of them. We are in Pinal and in Couva, and we intend to open as well in San Fernando and Point Fortin. Point Fortin, the new administrative office. And there's also another location that we're looking at.
And these will be for the purpose of opening those facilities, an office, 10,000, 500,000?
No, they will be to meet cable and plant rental services, janitorial services, security services, because you raised a number of lines, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, page 283. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 007, Households. Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers, pages 284 to 285. I'll recognize a member for Opuch West, and then we'll go to Point of View.
Thank you,
you have
Vice Chair.
my attention.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sub-item 01, Financial Assistance to Export TT. Minister, I note there was a 9.6 allocation in 2022, and you had proposed a 4.9 allocation in 2023, but based on the figures we have here, the revised estimate for 2023 is actually back up to 9.6. Is there a reason for that increase, given that there's now, for 2024, a further drop to what you had estimated in 2023? I'm not sure. Yep, sorry.
Thank you, Member. Sure. And the reason for that is, you know, that we will, I'll say by the end of second quarter this fiscal, open our new Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, which is a consolidation of Export TT, Invest TT, Creative TT, and some of the work I've done under TTCSI. We are a bit delayed in the opening of that and the commissioning of this new agency, and thus we have put in only a portion. We've put in enough for 2 quarters under Export TT, under Invest TT, and under Creative TT. And by that time, then for the other 2 quarters in fiscal 2024, those allocations will be subsumed under the Trinidad and Tobago Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency.
Okay. Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, can I take you to line item 36, page 285, maintenance of golf course at Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort, Tobago. Line item 36. This appears to be well, according to the explanation.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Right, sure, thank you.
Right, page 285. You with us, Minister?
You got it?
Question? Yes, I have it.
Right. Proceed.
There appears to be under the explanation a new sub-item. Nothing was budgeted originally in 2023, but so far $2 million has been identified being spent in 2023 based on revised estimates, and it could be more. In 2024, you have budgeted $1.5 million for this particular line item. The question I want to ask is, why is there a need to have a specific line item for this project as opposed to, firstly, not being part of the entire IDF renovation project that you had identified later on in the book in the IDF area for $20 million, I think is budgeted this year. Why this specific line item for the golf course?
This particular line item is for salaries. So we've decided that it's better placed under recurrent. So the upgrade of the golf course itself would be under the development program, the continued works that is, and therefore the salaries would be under the recurrent, as it ought to be.
So this...
May I come in here?
Sure.
This is an issue that we have to deal with, frequently, whether an allocation should be placed in recurrent or in development program. And the learning is that if it's a continuous expenditure of a routine nature, like salaries and wages and routine maintenance and so on, that should be in recurrent. It is capital works that go in development program, so that this item is clearly within routine operational expenditure and therefore has to go in recurrent.
Understood, Minister, but Deputy Chair, but this is a routine expenditure. Why, I mean, the golf course has been around for years. Why now the payment of salaries is being shown up on a particular...
Because we have decided that it is necessary to allocate funds specifically for that item. In the past, what trade and e-tech would have done would have used general revenues to do it. We felt it is necessary to identify it as a line item.
So going forward, Minister, you would see this as a line item?
I would hope so, yes. I would hope so.
Okay. Can I do another line item? Minister, line item 32. I think you mentioned it earlier. Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. 2024, you have identified 15 million. I know in 2023 you would have identified 27 million, 27.8. So far, based on the numbers, an expenditure of 4 million would have been spent so far. What it is that you're doing in 2024 that you didn't finish that was not completed in 2023 that requires another $15 million?
Absolutely. The agency is not yet up and running, but there's some aspects of it that we have moved ahead with. And in particular, under this particular line item, the cost of attaches and commercial offices, rentals, office equipment, etc., would be under this position. So all of our intended commercial officers and attaches are already in post, and therefore this will accommodate the payments for those offices and salaries, etc.
Can I ask a follow-up? Maybe the Minister of Finance could answer. My question really would be, given that this is now an agency and it has an important role to play going forward, would it then move into sort of a state organization at some point in time, Minister of Finance, so that you will be a separate...
Go ahead.
It is a state
agency. Well, it could be the Minister of Trade could answer it. Do you see this agency being now moving into a state organization as opposed to an agency? given the financial number that is being put into it?
See, and it's the right place in the book, other transfers to agencies.
Okay.
Merger of a number of, we're trying to consolidate and focus the organization. Okay.
Right. Member for Puch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 3030. Last year, you had proposed a spend of $10 million for overseas market promotion and development for local manufacturers. I remember when you were here on that occasion that you highlighted this as a major project of your ministry. However, based on the figures in front of us now, we've spent a little bit more than half. Can the Minister indicate, and you're now asking for an even lower figure, so can the Minister indicate what was proposed to be done in 2023 fiscal, which was not in fact done in 2023 fiscal? Because it seems now that your median level, your average expenditure is going to be close to the tune of $5 million, but you had proposed to do more in fiscal 2023, which clearly was not done.
Right. So we did in fact propose to do more market research, market promotion activities, international certification fund promotion and so on, and we intend to continue to do more of that, particularly under the new agency, so that you would find that this is going to take up, we're going to amplify, we must increase our non-energy revenues, and then all of these programs would be taken up under the new agency for the last 2 months in fiscal 2024.
So, Minister, can we then expect that for 2025, if you are on that side presenting again, that there will be a zero figure for this line item because it will now have been subsumed in the new agency?
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other transfers abroad. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honourable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 44, Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households, item 010, other transfers abroad. Honourable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Honourable members, item 003 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. F, Financial Services. Member for Point Appear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 016, enhancement of the single electronic window. This is a project funded by IDB. This year, fiscal is 14.9 million is identified to be spent. The question I would like to ask is that when would this ever come to an end as a project? No, I'm being respectful. I mean, every year we put a lot of money into this single electronic window. I don't know if it's a division out of the Ministry of Trade, or, could you help me understand? And I'm being respectful in my question in respect of when it would, because it's for years now that at least I have been here for the last 8 years. It's always a project.
Thank you very much. As you know, it's an IT-related project. So even though this particular segment will come to an end this year in fiscal 2024, there will be the need on an ongoing basis to continually improve your IT systems and services. And in particular, this one has been very successful. As it is, you have now an automated construction permit system developed TT, which was done under this program. That developed TT program is a highly successful program. There are now 7,000 applicants and 632 approvers registered on developed TT. We have also maintained and updated a cloud service provider to provide cloud services. We've also done the enhanced TT application, TT BizLink application program, which has been a total success. All of our e-services are now enhanced. You can now have there's automated payments on all of our e-services. We will in fact launch another 14 e-services before the end of calendar 2023. And so it has been highly successful, including also the development and implementation of our trade and business information portal. I don't know how you could ever seem to want to underestimate the value of such a program.
I think you're misinterpreting what I'm trying to get at, Madam Minister, but I hear
this segment may end, this particular loan may end, but the activity which we do will always continue as we seek to ensure that there's enhanced service delivery for for the businesses in Trinidad and Tobago.
What we find is electronic applications, well, these software applications, is that they are constantly evolving. And in many instances, you no longer get updates and technical assistance, and you have to completely redesign, put in brand new systems and so on. So to deal with the concern that you have raised, this is something where there will always be an allocation and a line item to improve, upgrade, and develop the single electronic window and all those online platforms in the Ministry of Trade. So you will always see an allocation inside of there.
Thank you.
I would say this project will never come to an end. It will have different forms. Phases will come to an end, but another phase has to start up right away. Otherwise, you'll be using obsolete software and you'll be completely disconnected from the world.
Thank you.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Same line item 016, the single electronic window. Madam Minister, you indicated that you, in fiscal 2023, you targeted $40 million for expenditure. It seems that you, based on what you just provided to us, that you've been able to do a substantial amount of work with a quarter of that money. Is it that you over budgeted in this instance, or is it that the money is now going to be allocated to some other function?
Not at all. One of the projects is the port community system, and it's quite substantial in cost. The approval came a bit late, so therefore they've now started their work. So the funding that we're going to use for it in the phase where in this particular period where we're going to get our initial deliverables, the amount is $7 million. So you would find later on there's a new line item that will accommodate further payments for the port community system. So it's a question of timing.
Okay, are we still at 016? Okay, so just for me to correct the record, and I want to thank Point of View for really jettisoning us forward, all right, because I'd called financial services. So let me call our support industrial development initiatives, and therefore the questions on this 0161 under that, and we continue. Member for Point of View.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if you can go to page 116, which continues under that head of the Chair. Yeah, I'll carry you to a couple line items. 050, implementation, maintenance, and support of a port community system. It's a new project, $10 million identified. Could you help us identify what really is this line item, port community system?
So remember when we were talking about the SCW and you asked why there was a reduced figure there, and I said we were late with getting the approvals for that project. So we used some money under that particular item Now, the amount that will be due for this fiscal is under this new, is listed here as a new project item. So it's a port community system. And what it does is it will connect the IT systems used by the various stakeholders involved in the clearance of goods. So it will involve Asecuda, which is used by the Customs and Excise Division, also Navis, which is used by the ports, and also the TT Business Platform, which is used by the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So, and what you're going to have is a fully integrated system that is going to make it a lot easier to almost everything will be real time for the clearance of goods.
Okay.
So it involves, real time data and so on,
understood.
tracking and managing vessel arrivals and departures, registration of inward and outward manifests and so on, traceability of transactions. Yeah. But it makes it a lot easier. This is a very, very successful project.
Yeah, understood. Can I go to another line item?
Sure, you may.
Line item 052, Madam Minister, Green Manufacturing Program, $5 million. Is that the same? This line item is what the Minister of Finance would have mentioned in the budget statement and yourself when you debated in the House. I just want to seek that clarification. Is the same green manufacturing program that is mentioned here, was mentioned in the budget statement?
It was mentioned in the budget statement. That's right, the Green Manufacturing Initiative, which is geared to assist all SMEs and large businesses as well in doing their part to reduce the carbon footprint. Yes?
Good. I just seek clarification on that.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, Bureau of Standards. A, Administrative Services. Member Bointer-Pair.
Madam Minister, 008, Inward Investment Non-Petroleum Initiatives, $10 million identified for this fiscal. You could just give us a summary of what initiatives are supposed to happen in the non-petroleum, that area, investment area.
This is geared particularly to the yachting industry, and the largest portion of this is for the development of a yachting apprenticeship program, where we will in fact train and upskill about 150 members of communities, I suppose. Yes, members of communities, and it's a program that we will do in conjunction with the MIC. And of course, there'll be a certification attached to it. And much of the program will also involve the use of the Caribbean Fisheries Trading and Development Institute as well. And so it is to develop a cadre of skilled personnel for the yachting industry. Okay. That's a large portion of it. In addition to that, we want to continue the a yachting campaign, which we've already started. We want to make sure that this is ongoing on an annual basis so that we can attract yachts to Trinidad and Tobago, especially after it had been closed during the COVID period. So we are really putting a lot of focus on the development of the industry.
Thank you. One last question,
yes.
Madam Chair. 026, Madam Minister, development of a trade policy, $4 million. How different would this policy be based on what, your line of business is the Ministry of Trade. I'm assuming that you all have been keeping up and always developing. Why have a specific line item?
So the trade policy actually has an expiration date. The last one had been developed by ECLAC, and it expires in 2023. So this is a new trade policy that we are going to do through the International Trade Center. We obviously have to take into account that the ITC has done several of these. For more than 100 countries, they have prepared their trade policies, and we see them as an ideal partner who will aid us in developing this new strategy, taking us into another 5 years. And so it'll more or less give us a strategic trade roadmap for the future. and of course with a focus on sectors, particular sectors, and particular functional strategies attached to those sectors.
Thank you.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I'm looking at sub-item 003, upgrading of the information technology and information systems at the Ministry of Trade and Industry. You had a proposed spend of $1 million, but based on the figures before us, you spent substantially less than that. And you are also asking for a fraction for fiscal 2024. Given that this would have been a critical component of your IT structure, why is it that your spend, your proposed spend, did not match your budgeted spend?
So are you speaking of Q303?
003.
Oh, sorry.
003.
A003. Hold on, let me find it, because we are going back and forth, right? A003. That's right.
We're on the same page, ma'am.
Yes. So you want your question in the spend?
Yeah, well, my question is that 1 year ago, you would have come to the Parliament and asked for $1 million for this very important upgrading of the IT structure in the ministry itself.
Mm-hmm.
But you would have spent less than half of that based on the revised figure before us now. And you're asking for a smaller figure also for fiscal 2024. So having asked for $1 million and spent less than half, my question is, why did you spend less than half, given that this would have been assumed to have been a priority issue for upgrading your IT infrastructure?
So just before you answer, Minister, remember you may not have been actually in the room yesterday when we spent a lot of time spent again correcting the misconception of the word spent under the revised. So maybe you'll want to recalibrate your question.
Yes, ma'am. So, Honourable Minister, you had budgeted $1 million. Based on the figures before us, and you can correct me if these figures have been updated, you have actually, you are not at the same level that you had budgeted. Can you indicate if there's a lower spend than budgeted, and if so, why?
In fact, a lower spend than budgeted, and what we actually spent was close to $400,000.
Which is the figure here.
Which is the figure, that's
Yes.
right. And it is that one of the projects was actually done through the SEW, because you realize they're very much IT related, both.
Yes.
So it was done under there, and therefore the only, we've asked for a reduced amount for exactly what we need to do, which is a particular item, a voice and video conference service that we want to have in the Ministry of Trade and Industry. There was no point asking for something that you're not going to utilize.
Agreed. Similar question for line item 020, the implementation of the National E-Commerce Strategy. Clearly that would have been an important tool for the Ministry of Trade and Industry. But I see zero spend. Let me rephrase that before Chair points it out to me. I see that the figures in front of me do not clarify whether there was a spend or not, but I'm sure you will provide clarification whether or not you actually spent the $1 million that was budgeted in fiscal 2024, and if you have not, why is it?
We have not spent, and this is in fact a very important strategy. The point about it is we had some difficulty in locating the partner with which to do this. We eventually settled on UNCTAD. Mm-hmm. And so we are at the final stages of concluding the contractual arrangement with them. And that's why you now would have an allocation for 1.7. We are closer to finalizing all of the details.
Minister, this would be for design and implementation. I note that the script head item actually says implementation. So I'm assuming that meant that there was a strategy in existence simply for implementation purposes.
I'll tell you what.
Is your 2024 estimate now for design and implementation or for actual rollout?
We held on the implementation, and what we are doing in this fiscal is focusing on the e-readiness assessment and also the e-commerce strategy. At that time, we will determine if we would go into the next phase. But
Understood. Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Member point up here.
It's on page 215.
215,
correct?
yes.
Madam Minister, I just want to carry down to line item 324, implementation of the Hilton Trinidad private PIP. $40 million identified in 2024 fiscal. I know back in either in 2016, 2017, there was a major refurbishment done at the Hilton Hotel. Considerable amount of money was spent. Why is it necessary? I know hotels need to be upgraded often, but why so soon that we are looking at another $40 million plus for Hilton when we would have done a major refurbishment in 16 or 17 years, 2016, 2017?
What was done, thank you, member. What was done then was more room stock upgrade. And if you understand the industry, every 10 years or so, you will have to do your room stock upgrade. But this is far from that. Yes, that's a component of it, but you have to remember that this hotel was constructed sometime in 1962. So that work on the actual physical building, no work has been done on that. And therefore, at this time, we have to focus on structural work as well, the roof, and a lot of the offices, but also on the equipment, a lot of the heating and ventilation and air conditioning, the HVAC system, badly in need of work as well. All of the landscaping, but generally the structural work to the main, the north, the main building, the north building as well, including all of the doors, the windows, the lighting fixtures, etc. And again, the roof as well. We have a major landslip as well on the site, so that we in fact have to advance the landslip works. But you have to remember, we have done no work on the actual structure of the hotel since 1962.
Okay, thank you. Can I go to another line item?
Yes, please.
326, development of the Dow Village Industrial Park, $10 million. I know the Minister of Finance in his budget statement would have mentioned Dow Village as an industrial park coming on stream. At what stage is this Dow Village Industrial Park? Is it started? Is it a contractor has been found, the lands have been developed, or this is just preliminary design work sort of thing?
It's exactly that. It's already in the hands of ETEC, so the lands have been invested in ETEC. We're at the stage now where we are about to commence the design works, and then we move into the development of the infrastructure. It's not going to be a very modern park like, for instance, PPIE, but we've recognized the early need for the park, especially since the Phoenix Park Industrial Estate is already 2/3 tenanted. And I say tenanted, all booked. Of course, commercial houses will then have to erect their buildings and so on, but it's booked to the extent of 2/3 already, and with a line of possible occupants as well. So we thought it necessary, especially as this one is so close by, that we will in fact construct almost immediately. It's going to take perhaps just over 2 years, and so we are getting on with the design works, and soon, and once that is completed and we have all the approvals, but then we will move to the next stage of the infrastructure development. And the differences would be, for instance, there would be no 5G, etc., etc. And the other one is there's been an interest in particular sectors, Phoenix Park Industrial Estate, the manufacturing, light and heavy manufacturing, and so on, and also logistics and distribution. There are a number of services companies that also wish to have space, the transport sector, which also contributes very greatly to our GDP. All of those other kinds of services sectors would also require space, and therefore we thought that we would do this since it's so close by. It's literally next door.
Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is, that the sum of $273,124,140 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $273,124,140 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierre. Thank you to the other technocrats from the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Head 41, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I said 41. I'm sorry, Head 61. Thank you very much, Member for Urupuchis. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, $1,284,983,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very kindly, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I am pleased to be here this afternoon with my colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Member of Parliament for Laventille East Mover, to meet with members of the Standing Finance Committee and to answer any questions that the committee may have. Madam Chairman, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development plays a key role in the government's public, social, and in particular, housing policy. We hold the conviction that housing transcends bricks and mortar. It serves as a cornerstone for fostering better lives and brighter futures. Beyond being mere shelter, housing represents an avenue for enhancing lives and paving the way for more promising tomorrows. Our mission is to furnish our citizens with housing solutions that are both sufficient and affordable, while simultaneously contributing to the evolution of our nation's urban landscape. We are dedicated to elevating informal settlements, cultivating verdant public squares and spaces, and advancing urban development. Madam Speaker, the agencies associated under the purview of the ministry are the Housing Development Corporation, the HDC, and its subsidiaries, the Land Settlement Agency, the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Limited, and the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited. The ministry and its agencies pride themselves on their commitment to the following: providing affordable homes for the vulnerable and the lower and middle income citizens, offering subsidies and preferential mortgage loans to facilitate home ownership, providing grants for home repairs and emergency relief, ensuring land tenure security through squatter regularization, supporting small business development and entrepreneurship, enhancing the quality of life and infrastructure in communities, focusing on urban regeneration and revitalization. And Madam Chair, we have also launched a series of strategic initiatives to empower stakeholders in addressing housing and urban development challenges effectively. Madam Speaker, in moving into fiscal 2023-2024, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development embraces the challenges and opportunities as we work toward a brighter future for Trinidad and Tobago. We remain resolute in the fulfillment of our mission. I take this opportunity to extend heartfelt thanks to our dedicated team, our partner agencies and stakeholders for their unwavering commitment to fulfilling the mandate of the ministry. In particular, I express on behalf of the minister in the ministry and on my own behalf a special thanks to the Permanent Secretary, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, the head of the ERPU, the managing directors of the HDC, the East Port of Spain, and the HDC's subsidiaries, the CEO of LSA, and the general manager of the TTMF. I also express thanks to the CEO of the Port of Spain company, Port of Spain Shopping Complex Company, and all the chairmen and board members of the various boards associated with the ministry. Madam Chair, we sit before you today ready and willing to address any inquiries that this esteemed committee may have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I will now invite, honourable members, the question is that the sum of $1,284,983,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $1,284,983,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Urupuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today, first, good afternoon to the staff and executive and officers under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. To the Minister, and I'm at Contract Employment, Item 16. There is an increase in the allocation here from an actual in 2022 of 6.2 million, more or less, to 8.6 million. Would you indicate, for example, which area this entails in terms of contract employment and where the need may be to recruit further staff?
There are 5 vacant positions in the IT department.
In the?
IT department, 3 in the HP FIU, and 1 in legal and 1 in HR, and we intend to fill these positions.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Urupuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, there is a significant increase in the allocation to the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation from an actual in 2022 of 449 million, more or less. We are now moving to an estimate for 2024 fiscal of 843. This is almost 100% increase in the budgetary allocation to the Housing Development Corporation from the last actual we would have. Would the Minister indicate the reasons for this increase in recurrent, because we are dealing with recurrent expenditure, And, well, I'll ask the follow-up question when I got the answer.
Thank you very much. The increase is in the amount of $156,538,000, and the increase is based on the provision for payment of loans, bonds, and the monthly. This is for the provision of the payment of loans, bonds, and the monthly subvention. You would recall that we did have the $1.5 billion that was allocated, the guaranteed $1.5 billion that was given to the HDC last year. And the increase is also to deal with the subsidiaries that we have now brought on board.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow up with the questions I had. In the context of the subsidiaries that you just raised there, could you confirm that these subsidiary companies being established and already established in the manner they have are consistent with Act number 24 of 2005, the Housing Development Corporation Act, and in no way undermine or violate provisions of that Act in terms of the objective, the role, the functioning of the Housing Development Corporation per se?
Now, the Act itself also allows for the HDC to form subsidiaries in order to make sure that it carries out its work effectively. The Act, therefore, anticipates that the HDC can form its own subsidiaries without even coming to the Parliament for approval, because the Act allows for it. In addition to that, the subsidiaries, therefore, do not in any way violate the provisions of the Act.
Could you also indicate whether or not for the subsidiary companies, I believe 3 established, that the staff equipment would be generally from the Housing Development Corporation and not involve recruitment of further staff or procurement of further equipment for the 3 subsidiary companies?
Could you repeat? You said
I'm asking that whether you could confirm whether or not those 3 companies that have been established already, that they will draw staff from the Housing Development Corporation and equipment given their particular objectives, and they will not require staff and or equipment external to the Housing Development Corporation.
The majority of the staff will in fact come from the HDC staff. We had given that undertaking previously. However, there may be instances, very few we anticipate, where we would have to bring additional staff on, but we do not anticipate that any large number of persons will come from outside of the HDC.
My colleague reminds me, are there also industrial relations issues involving the major trade unions in that sector vis-a-vis the establishment of the subsidiary companies?
The 2 trade unions that are involved are the NUGFW and the PSA. They have been on board with us from the very beginning of this process, and so there are no issues at this time.
Thank you.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honourable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 18, page 461, 18, Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund Administration. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, Member for Orbu Cheese.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am. And I am on page 461. In terms of the salaries, cost of allowance, and so on, we do have an estimate for 2024, $2.5 million before me. Could you give us the status of the Sugar Industry Labour Welfare Fund at this time in terms of their role and functions? It is common knowledge that there was a policy announcement and to disband this particular company and allow other entities in the state sector to assume responsibilities and so on. So if you could just get an update on this.
Sure. As you're very correct, that was a policy decision. we have maintained a total of 26 positions. 45 members of staff were transferred to city and borough corporations in 2020. With respect to specifically the Cabinet's decision regarding the removal of the restrictive covenants in residential leases issued by Silwick, we have been proceeding to do that, and we have in fact refunded all the land premiums and the legal fees paid in connection with that. So a total of 112 beneficiaries were refunded their land premium and legal fees. There are 4 remaining, and these persons unfortunately are deceased and their relatives are awaiting letters of administration. We have 25 deeds of variation prepared and 106 outstanding. With reference to the write-off of all remaining mortgage loans to Silwick, there's 57 outstanding leases to be prepared. We are paying the requisite contributions to the NIB in respect of current staff, but we are fulfilling the mandate to continue with the closing down of Silwick.
Pitches?
Yeah, thank you. As a follow-up to this matter, as you would be aware as well, one of the challenges in the Silwick districts have been when those occupiers and so on face problems, basic problems of infrastructure, of utilities and so on, the Sugar Labour Welfare Committee, of course, has been progressively, disbanded, and as you indicate, that's a policy issue. Could you indicate whether these sites have been properly and lawfully handed over to the regional corporations that can assume responsibility for basic infrastructure?
What we under? And we're not under salaries and cost of living?
Well, I'm asking in the context of the staff here, salaries and so on, whether the staff still assume responsibility for infrastructure, utilities and basic facilities, or the sites have been handed over to the regional corporations.
Well, that's a roundabout way of asking under this particular head, but Madam Chair, with your leave, I am prepared to answer.
You got the roundabout.
I'm prepared to answer.
Sure, go ahead.
The board of Silwick continues to exist. As I said, there is staff in place. So we continue to do the servicing of that the members of the community would ordinarily get. So that is still in place.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. 54, Land Settlement Agency, we're going to page 470. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households, item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. We are at page 120. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, Social Infrastructure, spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. D, Housing Estates. Member for Orpuch East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'm at 075, Rehabilitation and Maintenance of HDC Rental Apartments and Housing Units. It is anticipated after an actual spend of 20 million in 2022, there's an estimate for 50 million in 2024. Would the Minister indicate either now or give an undertaking to indicate in writing the list of projects anticipated for the rehabilitation and maintenance of HDC rental apartments and housing units in fiscal 2024 that would sap up this $50 million?
Indicate that what we did last fiscal is a fair overhaul of a number of the rental apartments. We did repairing and upgrading of the existing building and infrastructure elements at the HDC's aging developments. And from the allocation, the HDC received additional funding totaling $51,222,586 through two transfers of funds in the sums of $24,810,134 and $26,412,452 for a total of $89,222,585.04. For this amount, at the time, we did electrical works, civil infrastructure, external refurbishment, flood mitigation, refurbishment internal, remedial works, roof refurbishment works, sewer works, and bought various types of material to do this work. For fiscal 2023-2024, the planned activities include sewerage repairs, electrical repairs. In some instances, we have to do slope stabilization and retaining walls, the provision of water. In some areas, we have to either upgrade the water tanks, the tank farms, or provide new additional tank farms. We also have to do roof repairs, structural repairs, and we are also working on the various village plazas and installing play parks in the various areas. And we anticipate that that will be approximately the 52 million, just over 52 million.
Could I ask, just for absolute clarity, under 075, that would include housing estates that would be a mixture between apartment buildings and single-family units?
Well, the thing is that HDC rehabilitates and maintains, as you know, the units that are still under their responsibility. So if it is rental apartments and some housing units, generally, yes. Because, of course, some of the units would be mortgages, and so it will no longer be HDC's responsibility. So in the main, it is the rental units.
But I just wanted to get a sense that in the HDC estates that are not rental, where people have already obtained their mortgage and occupy, the infrastructure works, for example, in Retrench or in Wellington or elsewhere, where there are serious concerns about infrastructure work, and over the years, would this vote be used or can be used to assist with that type of work?
It cannot.
Is there another vote that can be used?
It is no longer the HDC's responsibility. What the HDC has been encouraging is for persons in those circumstances to start housing owner associations, and those associations will deal with those issues.
And just a follow-up on it, very briefly, one of the challenges there is that while it's very good to have the institutionalization at the estates for housing associations and so on, there's an anomaly where the HDC cannot engage in infrastructure work in those estates where persons have already purchased by way of mortgage and so on, but they are not properly handed over to regional corporations. So people who live in HDC estates now find themselves where there are serious infrastructure problems, not in the homes themselves, but in the area, and the HDC cannot help, and the regional corporation will not help. so that they are in that problem. So we were just looking at whether there would be some solution somewhere between the Ministry of Housing and the regional corporations to assist those people in need of infrastructural work in HDC estates that are not rental buildings and so on.
Where there has not been a complete handover, the HDC still gives that kind of assistance and does some of the work.
Sure.
But where there is generally a handover or the residents have converted to mortgage and so on, the HDC no longer has that responsibility.
Settlements. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much. Madam Minister, under 3.2 housing grants, an actual of more or less 8 million in 2022 and a revised estimate of 9 million in 2023. Would you be kind enough to give an undertaking to provide a list of all beneficiaries of housing grant for fiscal 2023?
By name?
By name. Not now necessarily, but an undertaking to provide in writing the names of the beneficiaries and the proper address of the persons who have received housing grants.
We will, I won't give that undertaking here because we will seek legal advice first.
Sure. Subject to legal advice, I would just like to leave on the table that I am requesting a list of those beneficiaries, their address, and when they applied for the housing grants that have been provided.
Member for St. Augustine?
Somebody else?
I just take St. Augustine.
Sure. No.
You have no questions?
Yes, I do.
Please.
I was allowing the member to complete. My question has to do with 233 surveys of squatter sites. Minister, is this, are these only for the sites that are recognized in the Act, in the schedule to the Land Settlement, the Squatter Regularization Act, or would this apply to other squatter sites that pop up that will or may need regularization at some point?
So there are 251 sites according to the Act, and these sites will fall under those sites.
Okay, I asked that because we do have a squatter site in St. Augustine South, Dukising Extension, that the LSA would have started some work on years ago. We do have some persons receiving certificates of comfort and so on. And what is required is a survey for the area to be surveyed so that the regional corporation and other entities could start to assist with drainage and so on. Is that something that you're willing to undertake?
That site is also considered in the work that is being done.
Okay, thanks.
Member for Oropouche.
The similar heading, number 233, would the Minister be kind enough to give an assurance to provide in writing the list of the squatter sites for which this allocation has been made?
If you want, I could call them out now.
You want to read it out now?
Yeah.
We could get it right.
No, please read it. We can get it on the record now.
Okay, so we have Akbar Ali Trace, we have Lapai, Village Carani.
You want to be a little louder, please?
We have several Akbar Ali Trace.
Akbar Ali Trace, where there are several Akbar Ali Traces
we have
around.
Akbar Ali Trace in Arima.
Right. No, there's one in Faisal.
We have Lapai Village Carani. We have Lawrence Wrong Road, Londonville. We have La Plata, Valencia. We have John Budu Trace, Brazil Village. We have Carsonfield East, Chagonas. We have Wagande Road, Settlement B, Sandy Grande. We have Alambi Street, Taruba. We have Arena Road, Freeport. We have Kangali, Valencia. We have Western Trace, Maruga. We have Arena Road, Freeport, Brickfield, Waterloo, Calibe, North and South, Good Hope, Canapo, Munan Road, Wallerfield, Teak Village, Claxton Bay, Bongto Place, North HEC Settlement, Warden Road, Point Fortin, Bulls Lane, Valencia, Calvary Hill Arima, Farm Road, St. Joseph, Rup Singh Trace, San Francisco, St. John's Road, Tunapuna, Glenroy to Princestown, Mapapi Road, Whiteland, Williamsville, Malik and Barataria, Shen Street, Sawa. And, sorry? That's it.
Yes, Member for
Oh,
St. Augustine.
sorry, St. Augustine. There's the St. Augustine sites. These are what we have, what we no, we have St. Augustine. These sites that we initially called there are the ones that are ongoing.
Urpuch East.
Thank you. Could I move to 235? Yeah. Housing Village Improvement Program. There's an actual spend for 2022 of 27.6 million. A revised estimate in 2023 of 22 million, and a provision being made for 2024 of $100 million. There's a significant increase. Could the Minister first indicate the criteria that is used for providing housing and village improvement support? And could the Minister indicate whether the Minister is prepared to provide in writing the list of beneficiaries of this program for fiscal 2023?
So the criteria for the HVIP, they target the neediest in society and contributes towards the preservation of the country's existing housing stock while reducing the demand for government subsidized housing. It also focuses on the development of villages with unfavorable conditions and thereby improving the quality of life and economic well-being of the people residing in those communities. The Cabinet would have approved a 3-tier subsidy structure under the HVIP on land topography and an increase in the maximum subsidy available for the construction of a housing unit from $145,000 to $165,000 for construction on flatlands, $170,000 for construction on undulating lands, and $175,000 for construction on hilly lands. And with respect to the amounts, the HVIP committee approved 143 beneficiaries for interventions that executed 193 tri-party agreements, with a further 32 agreements executed in respect of additional works undertaken. The LSA would have completed the construction of 47 housing units and is also currently engaged in the construction of 43 residential units, with construction of an additional 103 units to soon commence.
Member for Urpuch East.
Yeah, could you, in case we missed it, tell us how much funds are provided under this program to the beneficiary?
So the beneficiary, based on the topography of the land, for flat lands is $165,000. For undulating land, it is $170,000. And for construction on hilly lands, $175,000.
Yeah, thank you very much. Minister, you made reference to a committee that manages this housing and village improvement program. Could you indicate the members of the committee at this time, if you don't have the information undertaken right? Yes. But we are dealing with the housing.
No. I know we're dealing with this, but this is not something new. You understand? And, you know, in terms of the budgetary exercise, you know, I think you're really stretching my goodwill.
I don't know if the committee changed from last year to this year.
Well, you'll have opportunity to find out that too.
Well, okay, we can move if it would be the wish of the chair.
Right.
We can move. Can I continue?
Sure.
I'd like to go to 239. We have the government-aided self-help program. an actual of more or less 10 million in 2022. That's the last time we have an actual spend. And now we are estimating for 2024 $20 million, which again is a 100% increase. Could the minister indicate again the criteria for this program and make an undertaking to give us in writing the names, addresses, and date of application of those successful recipients for fiscal 2023?
So, with respect to the names, as the minister would have indicated before, we'll have to seek legal advice on that. But what I can say is, to date, a total of 615 lots have been allocated under this particular program, and the others are at varying stages of the progress. 202 deeds of lease have been prepared by the Chief State Solicitor's Office, of which 82 have been executed and registered. The lots are allocated within the following developments. Would you like to know the developments?
Yes, please.
Cashew Gardens, Carsonfield, Chin Chin, Cunupia, Factory Road, Chaguanas, Milton Village, Couva, Orangefield Road, Carripachaima, Picton Street, Diamond Village, San Fernando, Roopsing Road, Carripachaima, and Waterloo Road, Carripachaima.
Thank you.
With respect to the criteria, that you initially asked for, the criteria to be considered as a potential beneficiary under the GASH program, applicants must fit the following criteria for selection. 1, be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and have been residing uninterrupted in Trinidad and Tobago for the last 5 years, preceding the date of signing a statutory declaration. 2, must be 21 years and over. 3, not be part owner of house or dwelling unit, or having land in Trinidad and Tobago, that is land upon which a house can be built, for 5 years preceding the time of application. 4, be landowners who do not own a house or dwelling unit, but must have all statutory approvals for construction of a house on the land. 5, be first-time homeowners. 6, have a monthly, single or combined income that does not exceed $25,000. And 7, not have received a housing subsidy or grant.
To the minister on this. Minister, you have just outlined and indicate us the sites for this program. Could you indicate whether or not the Chin Chin site that you identified was also allocated to the former Caroni workers, and have that moved from the provision for Caroni workers to this program?
No.
Okay.
Right, member for Baratarisano.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On line item 233 also, that's the survey of the squatter sites. I know the minister called out all of the sites for us. He doesn't need to do that again, but if he can so commit to just tell us how many persons would be the beneficiaries of each of the sites, please.
So I did see that the total beneficiaries of the sites, 600. Yeah, 615 lots have been allocated under this program with those sites.
Can you just be so kind to just give us a breakdown in writing per site?
Okay. For the Bokaro development, we have 222 lots. Alambi Street, we have 87 lots.
I'll get the balance for you. Yeah.
Member for just now, Hoover South.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, with respect to line item 235, Housing and Village Improvement Grant, I noticed that in 2023, $58 million was allocated. Only $22 million was spent. And there's a jump, a significant jump to $100 million that is projected. What would have guided you, based on the data that is before us, to move from 22 million to 100 million?
Okay, so first of all, just a correction, and the expenditure was 30 million spent, and what has been going on is a survey would have been done, and we would have also improved in terms of the number of persons specific for this HVIP program. So we anticipate a significantly more activity within this particular program.
And you care to share where that survey was conducted and so on, and the findings of that survey?
The survey would have been conducted throughout all 251 registered squatting sites.
Squatting site. So, and if I could ask, based on what you have provided here to this meeting, are you willing to put in writing and communicate with members of Parliament the respective criteria under line item 235 and 239?
Well, we said that. I read that out already.
Okay.
Now.
And what is the maximum and minimum entitlements to individuals under both heads?
No, well,
that
the criteria...
was given too, in terms of sums, no?
Yeah, the criteria what I listed would indicate what the maximum would have been for hilly terrain, and the minimum would have been, well, that is for housing. We also do small infrastructure works, which would vary based on what is going on in the development.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Upuchis.
Madam Chair, I'm at 241. This is an ongoing project. Could the Minister indicate, just for the record, there was a spend of $28.5 million in 2022 and a budgeted figure now of $40 million for 2024. The estimate was reduced, it dropped in 2023 to $15 million. Could the Minister give us an update on this project and indicate to us whether or not he's willing to give a commitment and undertaking to provide in writing the list of beneficiaries, the ex-Carney veteran workers, the list of beneficiaries of this particular program from its inception, because it would not be that much in writing.
Right. So member, as indicated before, with respect to names, that we would seek legal advice. But what I can do is tell you the amount of beneficiaries for each of the areas.
Sure.
Right. So for La Romaine, we have 450 lots. For Ponderosa, Golconda, we have 173 lots. For La Philippine 2 Grand Couva, we have 209 lots. And for Guapo, Point Fortin, we have 110 lots.
Could the Minister indicate whether or not the La Romaine site is formerly the EMBD site for the Carney workers?
Yes.
Yes, that is the site in La Romaine.
Yes.
Thank you.
Additionally, member, I can give you some more details. We had a random draw on the 7th of September 2021, where 70 applicants were selected.
And all 70 were present.
Applicants meeting the eligibility criteria were 38, and the lots allocated to date, 26 lots in La Savanne, Guayagari, 10 lots in Nurse Trace, Guayagari.
Also, on the 16th of August 2022, there was another draw where 21 applicants were selected, 9 were eligible. The eligible applicants will be allocated lots in La Savanne and Nurseries Guayagari. And on the 8th of August 2023, we had 180 applicants selected from the random draw, and that is still being processed in terms of verifying who would meet the eligibility criteria. The persons will be allocated 150. We have 150 lots in Pitimon. We have 15 lots in Harmony Hall, Gasparillo. There are 10 lots in Spring Street, Point Fortin, and 5 lots in Wellington Road, Derby.
Minister, just to clarify, you began this response by indicating that there was a random draw for this particular program.
Correct.
241. So the persons applying for this random draw would all be Petrotrin ex-workers.
Correct.
And the random draw would select randomly their names and so on.
Correct.
And then you still subject that to the specific criteria for the lots.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
G, other services. A, community development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings.
Thank you very much. Minister, I'm at 022, a new project, renovation and upgrading of the LSA building. As a provision is made for it. Just for the record, to tell us exactly where is this building located?
This building is located in Tacarigua. You know where Blue what is this? Down in that road.
And I understand where it is. Could you indicate if the cost of upgrading and renovation would indeed be $1 million, or is this an initial allocation?
Well, these are just to deal with. Is an old building, so it's basically to initiate some minor repairs.
Sure. Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 004, social infrastructure. We're at page 217. 217. Excuse me? That's where I'm assisting. Item 004, social infrastructure. E, settlements. Member for Puchis, that's where you are? Yes.
Thank you. If I'm correct, at 217, there's a settlements. Item 230, accelerated housing program. I'm there. This program had an actual of more or less 3.8 million in 2022, which is extremely and excessively low for the accelerated housing program. The 2023, there was no provision. I imagine that was because the HDC depended on the loan arrangements. But now there's a provision of $150 million for the accelerated housing program. Would the minister care to indicate now or give an undertaking to provide in writing for the anticipated spend of $150 million, exactly what this $150 million will be spent on, if it's specific estates or construction of new estates, or completing existing estates, or paying debts to contractors by virtue of court judgment and so on?
Thank you. The anticipation is that infrastructure works are planned on 8 sites, and a total of 1,385 housing units are anticipated to be constructed, or at least construction to start. Sorry. For the infrastructure works, the sites that we're looking at are Pineapple Smith in Dabadie, Gomez Trace Extension in Moruga, Holly Bitodier Avenue in Malabar in Arima, Santa Rosa in Arima, another site at Santa Rosa in Arima, Thomas Trace in Bonaire, Terrestrial Park Phases 4 and 5, and Exchange in Cooper.
Thank you very much. Could I ask the Minister to indicate on the Trail site where we have some concerns, phase 4 and 5, are you suggesting that the government, the HDC, sorry, is involved in a direct provision of funding for those sites at 4 and 5, but not 1 and 2?
I'm suggesting, and I'm not just suggesting, I'm telling you that we are doing infrastructure work on all the sites.
At Terrestrial?
All the sites, yes.
Could I therefore...
Infrastructure work, of course, is different from constructing.
I suspect so.
Yes.
Madam Minister, could I just then ask this question, based upon your response, that in the event that there are serious defects in infrastructure work at that site in Terrestrial, that indeed the HDC and the taxpayer must pay the bill for infrastructure works, which you have just told us is the responsibility of the HDC and vis-a-vis the taxpayer?
Given that Oropuch East, you were once a Minister of Housing, you know that there is a difference between infrastructure works and the actual building of apartments or townhouses or housing units. Infrastructure work includes, but is not limited to, provision of roads, provision of drains, and the like, not the actual building of units.
So let me put it the next way, and this is the final.
Go right ahead.
This is the final turn on this roundabout. The infrastructure works done on the estate as a whole has been undertaken by the HDC. That is the point that the Minister is making. And the HDC is responsible for infrastructure works on the estate. The infrastructure works is the pillar upon which any contractor will construct housing based on the infrastructure that is provided. Can we conclude with that, and is that the understanding?
You're asking me that?
Yeah, is that the understanding? Are we correct to suggest that the HDC has built the infrastructure at the estate, and the HDC, and by extension the taxpayer, is responsible for the infrastructure on the entire estate upon which contractors are recruited to construct homes?
You're correct.
Thank you very much.
Member for St. Augustine.
My question has to do with urban upgrading and revitalization program.
Okay, so let me call that. You are under community development, okay? So A, community development, member for St. Augustine.
Item 005, urban upgrading and revitalization program. Can I just, for clarification, does this deal with the repairs and upgrade and maintenance for existing developments? Just want to clarify.
Yeah, so what we would have chosen squatting settlements that would require upgrades in terms of infrastructure, whether it be roads, drainage, lighting, etc.
All right. I asked because I really want to ask about Oropoon Gardens. And you could guide me if that would fall under this item. In terms of the repairs of the HDC buildings and maintenance and so on.
It wouldn't fall under this.
No. Okay, thanks. That's right.
It would more suitably fall under the previous heading of accelerated. Yeah.
Honorable members, the question is that it's sum of $1,284,983,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, start part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $1,284,983,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development now stands part of the schedule. I thank the ministers. I thank the PS, the program director, the managing directors of both the East Port of Spain Development Corporation, Land Settlement Agency, Housing Development Corporation, Construction, and the General Manager of the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation Construction Company. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs. Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, $412,814,700.
Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, $412,814,700. Welcome, Honorable Attorney General. Welcome to your Permanent Secretary and the other executives from the Attorney General's office.
Good afternoon.
I will now invite
Deputy
you for
Speaker.
5 minutes to give brief opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay.
I am very pleased to be here today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to offer the opportunity for the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs to make itself available to this House for its stewardship over the last year and for the upcoming year. The Office of the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs is an important, all-embracing ministry which serves the whole of government, and in that regard provides advice to the Cabinet, ministries, state agencies on all legal matters, representation of the state in civil matters, the drafting of primary and secondary legislation on behalf of the government, and supporting the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, who prosecutes criminal matters on behalf of the state. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the context of the government's overall mandate to generate more revenue in order to preserve economic stability for the citizens and peoples of this proud republic, and to deliver a high level of public services, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs works day and night to ensure that this is achieved. This has been achieved pursuant to the government's Vision 2030 National Development Strategy 2016 to 2030, where it is essential for institutions which are responsible for law, administration, and legal affairs to adhere to the rule of law, armed with a cadre of well-trained legal professionals and supported by a very committed staff of administrative and other staff. Our primary obligations, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are derived from our constitutional directives to act as an independent guardian of the public interest and to ensure that all the rights of all citizens are preserved, to represent the state in civil proceedings in the name of the Attorney General, to represent the state in criminal proceedings in the name of the state. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as Attorney General, I am tasked to ensure the Ministry's overall expenditure squarely to address the main and priority operations: personal expenditure, materials and supplies, personnel and human resources by contracts of employment, short-term employment and gratuity payments, digitization and improved information and communications technology measures, strengthen departments and units through capacity building. We have supervision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of 14 bodies, and we have direct employment for numerous persons across the direct units. The ministry currently employs 1,400 members of staff, if you were to add the number of supervisory and functionary employment positions that we manage, be they the Registrar General's Department in Trinidad and Tobago, the Equal Opportunity Commission, the Environmental Commission, and several other public authorities. We also serve, very importantly, as a conduit for the judiciary, that is the Supreme Court of Justice, and to coordinate and arrange functions of the judiciary, inclusive of the Industrial Court, the Tax Appeal Board, and other important state institutions. I'm very pleased, therefore, this evening, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to make myself available to your good self and to my colleagues in this honourable chamber for such questions as I may be asked to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $412,814,700 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $412,814,700 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we're on page 156. I recognize the member for Caroni Central.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable Attorney General, I'm looking at line items 01, 23, and 24. I'm seeing that salaries and costs of living allowance. What's the difference between 23 and 24 as compared to 01?
The difference between 23 and 24 with respect to 01, member. One is direct charges, legal, and the other is non-legal.
You can expand a little further. Direct charges, legal, meaning for legal services or legal department?
Legal employees, JLSC, Judicial
JLSC.
and Legal Services. The Judicial and Legal Services appoints permanent legal staff to the Ministry of the Office of Attorney General and Legal Affairs.
Thank you very much. AG, on line item 23, salaries, direct charges. The estimate there is 18 million to be spent in 24. I'm just focusing on the staff at the Office of the Solicitor General.
Which item are you on? Sorry.
23.
23 salaries,
yes.
Direct charges.
Within that will be the staff of the Office of the Solicitor General.
Yes.
Can you tell me how many persons we have employed and how many vacancies we currently have at that office?
Yes.
AG, Honourable AG. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the Solicitor General's Department, we currently have a total of 29 filled positions, 45 vacancies, and a complete total of 75.
And a complete total of?
74, I beg your pardon.
Yes. 74. Thank you very much. We could move on.
Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Page 158. I recognize Barata Sanwan.
The Law Revision Commission, AGM on line item 25. This is remuneration to members, direct charges, which also would be employees. AG, the last time we had a review of the laws being revised, I believe was sometime in 2016. We at about, how many years after that, and we haven't had properly consolidated versions of the law. Can you explain if this estimate will be used in order to have the laws revised in this fiscal year 24?
Thank you very much. The procurement was completed, member, in September 2023 for new up-to-date inserts and supplements.
So 24, it will be, if the procurement was done in 23, so in 24 we expected a contract to be awarded?
10% of the procurement has been paid. We are optimistic that we will make the progress necessary, but as you appreciate, we have some teething problems going forward as we apply the new procurement legislation.
But
the contract is already awarded.
If the contract was awarded in 23, the act only took effect in, last year the contract was awarded, the act only took effect in 23.
September 2023, yes.
The act took effect in April this year. April 2023.
The contract was awarded in September 2023. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Moving on, member. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department.
Thank you very much.
Yes, proceed. Barata Sanmon, member.
Yes. Line item 23 again, AG salaries, direct charges. AG, again, can you just tell us the number of vacancies we have and the number of positions filled at the office of the DPP?
The number of filled positions in the office of the DPP is 60. The number of vacancies is 69, and the total complement is 129.
Thank you.
Item 009, Criminal Law Department. Item 010, Sentencing Commission. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. And we're on pages 160 and 161. I recognize member for Barata Sanwan.
Thank you. AG, line item 16, contract employment. I'm seeing an estimate of $60 million. Can you confirm whether or not Cabinet recently took a decision in order to bring in more staff at the Office of the Solgen on contract positions?
Yes, I am able to confirm that. Thank you very much.
How many contract positions has Cabinet agreed to for the Office of the Solgen?
On the 22nd of June, Cabinet took the decision to add 33 additional positions to the Office of the Solicitor General.
Have they been advertised?
And that's on the establishment. And for contract, we've done a decision, a total of 9 additional contract legal positions. And again, that's Cabinet decision, 22nd of June 2023.
So that's 9 contract for Solgen, right? Okay.
Yes.
Has those positions been advertised as yet?
I believe that, as I understand it, at this point in time, we expect to fill those positions. The posts to be advertised are 1 legal chambers manager, 2 legal counsel, 3, 5 legal counsel, 2, 4 legal counsel, 1, and 1 secretary to the chambers manager.
AG, this estimate here is almost the same as the last year. Will this be enough to take on the 9 additional contract positions?
We will certainly want to come back in mid-year for additional funds.
I'm moving on to line item 23, fees.
Fees?
Yes, this is always one of the most topical.
Fees?
Yes.
Right.
Topical
Proceed.
issues under this ministry. AG, in 2023, your estimate was $30 million. The revised estimate for 2023 rose to $195 million. This is probably the highest spend any Attorney General has ever expended on legal fees in any one year. $195 million. Can you provide us with a proper breakdown of the names of the attorneys and the amounts of monies they collected for the last fiscal year? And the reason I'm asking so specific is because the last time I asked you for this accounting exercise, you provided me with a 2-page document which just names alone. This time we want the names and the amount of monies each of the attorneys would have collected. Can you commit to providing that in writing?
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Member, I will wish to take that under advisement, and I will tell you the reason being that there are some attorneys who feel very strongly about their privacy and have actually said that they do not intend to have their names and their fees revealed. In principle, I am prepared to do the best that I can, but I will certainly want to consult with those attorneys who have those concerns so that I'm sorry, the member for Oropush East.
No, you proceed, you proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So I was in the process of saying that I am prepared to provide the names of attorneys. As to the sums that each individual attorney is paid, I will wish to consult with certain attorneys who have produced strong objections. And in that regard, I can't give that undertaking.
You see, the thing, AG, is that this is not a new practice. Let me start by saying this. This is public monies that are being expended. And you very well know that in the public interest, disclosure is favored. So therefore, you cannot want to collect taxpayers' money, and we don't know who is collecting the money and what they're collecting it for. It is always in the public's interest to have the disclosure of these matters done, especially in the highest court of the land, which is the Parliament. So I am very concerned that you have now expressed some level of reluctance in disclosing these fees after this was done by attorneys general under the partnership government and your predecessor also.
Okay, thank you. Oropuch, you have a question?
Yeah, I'm just asking for absolute clarification to the Attorney General.
Which line item?
The same line item, please.
Right. Go ahead.
And I appreciate the Attorney General indicating that in principle he would not have a difficulty with this per se. But Mr. Attorney General, are you suggesting that the lawyers and firms and so on would happily receive taxpayers' dollars but would not like the taxpayer to know how much they get and for what purpose?
Attorney General, you care to comment further?
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to comment, Mr. Deputy Speaker. First of all, the member for Barataria San Juan misstates what I said. I have not said that I am not prepared to provide the names or indeed the fees. In fact, the member for Oropush East understood me better than the member for Barataria San Juan did. I have said in principle I am prepared to do that. But in every balancing exercise, there is a balance between the public interest of the entitlement of the taxpayers to know how their money is expended and the private interests of persons who may have objections, and I am not about to make commitments without balancing those considerations. And in principle, I repeat what I said. So I'm not reluctant, and I certainly don't accept your suggestion that this is anyway different from what has occurred in the past.
Again, San Juan, is it a new line item? Or the same
I just want one comment on this and a new line item.
We're going into a debate now.
Sure,
right?
I will move on if you want me to, Chair.
I just want to be sure we
What I would say is the AG can run, but he cannot hide. We will catch him.
All right. New line item?
I'm on line item 20. I'm also on line item 23 on a different...
Are you aware? Minister, please.
I'm also on the same line item 23, and I want the Attorney General if you could provide some specific information now. During the last fiscal year, a report was done into the operations of the Office of the Solicitor General, and that was prompted because of the missing file scandal. Are you prepared to tell us the final figure of what that cost the taxpayers today? 23 fees.
23 fees. Attorney General?
Yes, thank you very much.
Again, please, members, we have been going fine all day.
What the member is referring to as a scandal, I believe he's referring to the fact of a report of a missing file and a judgment which was produced against the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I have the figures. If you just give me a few minutes, I will tell you. I retained 2 lead attorneys, Mr. Ralston Nelson, and I retained Mr. Justice Stanley John. And I have those figures available if you give me a few minutes to provide those. Just give me 2 minutes, please. Is that missing also? Yes, I have it here. So, Mr. Justice Stanley John.
Members, please.
Global finance.
Mr. Justice Stanley John was paid, and he was the lead investigator appointed to investigate the disappearance of the file and to investigate the operations of the Civil Law Department, and he was paid a total of $430,000. Mrs. Pamela Sholera Hines, the co-investigator with Mr. Justice Stanley John, was paid a total of $125,000. And counsel who assisted them, Mr. Tarek Scott, was paid $100,000, and administrative support was provided at an additional cost of $1,250,000.
Just now, Mr. Nelson. And Mr. Nelson's fee.
Mr. Justice Nelson was, I don't have those figures here, but I can provide those.
With Mr. Nelson's fee?
Yes.
What was the total cost, AG, for this entire report?
The total cost was just under $1 million at the moment, but I will say this, that the Justice, Mr. Ralston Nelson is briefed to recover the $20 million that went missing, and that is a matter that is at the moment before the court. It is not concluded, and therefore I expect in due course to receive a further bill from Mr. Ralston Nelson.
AG, I think you misspoke. $20 million is not missing. A court awarded $20 million against the state because you failed to pay.
I did not misspeak, Mr. Barataria, member for Barataria Sanwa.
Through the chair, Mr. AG, please.
Through the chair, please, Deputy Speaker. I said that Mr. Ralston Nelson was retained to recover the sum that was awarded. That is to say,
you didn't say that. You now said that.
To move to set aside the judgment so that that money is not to be paid, and that is ongoing litigation. And in fact, as I was sitting here today, I received an email from the court saying that the court has just fixed the 31st of October for a hearing in this matter, which I believe is the date when judgment will be handed down. On the state's application to set aside the award of $20 million.
Member?
Yes, line item 27, official overseas travel.
Sure, proceed.
AG, the spend for this was, revised estimate for 2023 was $2.5 million. Can you give us a breakdown of all of the travels that you would have done for this fiscal year under this line item? You could provide that in writing.
I don't have the figures for my personal travel that I done, but I can provide that I did, but I can provide that.
Official travel?
Yes, I can provide that.
Sure.
That's not a problem.
Sure.
Moving on, members. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office, pages 163 and 164. Item 009, Criminal Law Department. And I recognize Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Page 164, Chair.
Which page you on?
164, right?
Right, proceed, line item.
Line item 08, Rent Lease Office Accommodation for the Office of the DPP. The amount allocated here being $10.5 million for this fiscal. AG, can you be so kind to give this committee an update on what is taking place with the Office of the DPP relocation to the new building in Port of Spain?
Yes, Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With your leave through you, I can give you an update on that. The government has terminated the lease of the North Park Street building, which the DPP had agreed in 2014 to move to. In fact, I would read for the record the letter which the DPP wrote to the Office of the Attorney General on the 22nd of September 2014. The matter caption refers accommodation Port of Spain office. Please be advised that consequent upon an invitation by Mr. Nicholas Subban, Research, Planning and Development Coordinator, Ministry of the Attorney General, members of my planning committee and I viewed the RBTT premises at the corner of Park and Henry Streets, Port of Spain, on July 28, 2014 and August 12, 2014. After due consideration, I'm of the view that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions could and should be accommodated at those premises. Accordingly, I urge you to kindly take steps to actualize my interest. That was September 22nd, 2014. At the end of September 2023, the government terminated that lease after having spent a total in rent, electricity bills, and renovations to introduce bulletproofing along the entire northeastern wall of the property at the request of the DPP after an expenditure of $55,551,443.93. The lease on that building has been terminated because the DPP has refused to move into the building.
AG, can you indicate when the lease has been terminated, whether we had any additional monies to pay based on the termination of the lease?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat, please?
Okay, let me ask you, was the lease terminated prematurely?
No, in fact, the term of the lease had expired and it was running on a month-to-month basis, sure. And it was terminated and we moved out at the end of September.
So it's not terminated. The fixed term lease came to an end and then we were on a month-to-month. And therefore you just did not renew?
No, we had been asking, in fact, as recently with the proclamation, with the assent of the Administration of Justice Indictable Proceedings Act at the 25th of July 2023, I wrote to the DPP to ask him, because we are now bringing that act into force and we need a fully fledged DPP's department, to please move in because the government was prepared to continue to rent on a month-to-month basis and to negotiate a new lease once the DPP moved. But he refused to move, so we've terminated the lease.
Are there any plans for a new building?
Consideration is being given to temporary accommodation for some of the DPP staff who are going to be allocated by the GLSC. The DPP will remain at Winshaw Building and additional staff hopefully will be relocated, and a consideration is being given to a site on which a proper building will be built out for a number of legal staff, and hopefully the DPP, if that is actualized, will agree to move there.
I recognize member for Ubuch East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Attorney General. Mr. Attorney General, would you indicate...
Same line item?
Yes, same line item. Right. Who or what institution is now responsible for this scandalous waste of $55 million? Is it the DPP or is it the Attorney General?
Attorney General.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I first of all am not prepared to answer the question on the premise of scandalous. But I will say that it is the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that assumed the responsibility at the invitation of the DPP in 2014 when he agreed to move into the building to renovate it at the cost which I have explained.
Mr. Vice Chair, my final question on this matter, because I really don't want to pursue this. Mr. Attorney General, you're also indicating to this committee, is it that you are indicating to us that it is not scandalous that the taxpayer has paid $55 million for a building that was never occupied for 1 hour, and you do not see that as a scandal?
Through you, Mr.
Further
Deputy
comment?
Speaker, I'm not about to spend the afternoon on semantics, member. Thank you.
I thought it was a
Come on,
straightforward
members,
question. I leave it there.
The AG will respond and then we move to the new line item.
Well, he will not.
No, member, please. Proceed, Honorable AG.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The money was expended. It was expended at the request of the DPP. It was expended for the reason that the government considered it important to have a functional Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, and to the extent that he declined to move in, it was terminated and brought to an end.
My final question on this matter.
You just said
my final question. But he continues to provoke me.
Listen.
My final question
remember,
on this matter.
Once you put a comment, a statement, or a question on the floor, I will have to get the AG to give his response. Right? So you care to put another question? Question, please.
Mr. Attorney General, for the state of affairs, who do you think is responsible for the waste of $55 million of the taxpayer?
Question asked and answered already, Mr. AG?
Question asked and answered. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Item 010, Sentencing Commission, and we're on pages 165 and 166. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Law Reform Commission. Item 003, Equal Opportunity Commission, and we're on page 167. Item 005, Law Revision Commission. Item 007, Intellectual Property Office. Item 009, Criminal Law Department, page 168. Item 010, Sentencing Commission. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. I recognize member for Couva North, and we're on page 168, Non-Profit Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honorable Attorney General, under 01, Legal Aid and Advisory Authority. I see there has been an increase from the 2023 estimate of 40 million to a revised estimate of 54 million. Honorable AG, can you explain the reason for this increase?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This increase is due to an allocation to cover the supplementary funding required to meet the cost of, one, the filling of positions of public defenders who provide a pro bono service to the members of the public of this country through the Legal Aid and Advisory Authority to represent them before the criminal courts and to give them legal advice. And secondly, the payment of fees owed to external attorneys for matters engaged at the magistracy, civil, and high courts, and the payment of monies owed to contract officers whose terms and conditions have been revised.
Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad, page 169. Honorable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. So we, in the other book, development program, consolidated fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, and we're on page 64. A, administrative services. I recognize member for Barataria Sanwan.
Line item 18, strengthen information management at the Registrar General's Department, $4.9 million allocated. AG, we realized over the past week that there had been an impasse between what was taking place in Trinidad and what was taking place in Tobago with respect to services of the Registrar General's office. Has that issue been properly resolved?
Honorable EG.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can I ask a member to help me to understand what that has to do with strengthened information management?
Because Tobago was locked out from information from the Registrar General's office.
Hold on. Again, members.
Persons had to line up for death certificates, birth certificates in Tobago.
Minister and Oropuch East, you all finish? All right. Honorable AG, you need clarity?
Thank you. I need clarity. May I be permitted to ask through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a question of the member?
Right. Bratara, Sanwan, AG needs some clarity.
I think I was very clear, Mr. Deputy Chair, whether or not the issues between what is taking place at the Registrar General's office in Trinidad and that of Tobago, has that been resolved? Very clear.
And with your leave, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the item under which you asked the question is 018, strengthened information management. And my question for clarity is, what does your question have to do with information management?
Because Tobago was deprived of the information at the Registrar General's office.
I see.
That's why they couldn't give you death certificate.
The situation in Tobago is under review. I have actually retained counsel to advise me on the issue which has arisen, which does not have to do with information management. It has to do with a difference of opinion between the structure of the Registrar General's office, which is brought through and into existence under the Constitution, the Judicial and Legal Services Act, and other pieces of legislation, and the Office of CAST, the Central Administrative Services of Tobago, which is not brought into existence under a legislative structure. And as a result, I have sought an opinion. I have received that opinion. I am reviewing that opinion at the moment, and it is my intention to bring that unfortunate impasse to a very speedy resolution, because I recognize that the people of Tobago deserve to have uninterrupted supply to their services, and to the extent that there has been a difference of opinion on a legal issue, I think that that can be resolved in a short period of time.
AG, can you confirm if the counsel that advised you on that matter is Mr. Michael Kwamina?
Yes, I am able to confirm that the counsel who has advised me on that is Mr. Michael Kwamina.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
F Public Buildings, page 164.
Yes.
Barataria Sanwan, member.
012, outfitting of accommodation for Director of Public Prosecutions North. $3 million for 2024. AG, just a while ago, you told us, in your words, that the lease was in fact terminated. Can you explain to us now why an allocation is being made for the outfitting of that building in Port of Spain for the office of the DPP in the sum of $3 million?
Honorable AG.
That sum will no longer be utilized for purposes of outfitting a building, the lease for which has been terminated. But in due course, there are other services that environment can be effected for that will assist us to continue to improve the quality of the services of the Director of Public Prosecutions. There is Tobago South, there is DPP South, there is DPP North, there is DPP Tobago, and as I have said, we are in the process of looking for alternative accommodation, short-term, for the new staff to be appointed by the GLSC.
So we should just ignore this $3 million here for the office of the DPP North, because it will go towards South and Tobago in terms of outfitting.
That's not what I said. The funds...
AG.
Sorry.
Honorable AG.
Yes, thank you. The funds have been allocated for the accommodation of the DPP in Port of Spain. They will no longer be utilized at that building. The proposed short-term solution is a building nearer the DPP's current Port of Spain office, and hopefully, once we can get that accommodated, we will apply to have those funds allocated to that use.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $412,814,700 for Head 23 Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $412,814,700 for Head 23, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Honorable AG. Thank you, Madam PS, and all the other executives, senior executives of your ministry.
And my thanks to my members of staff as well, through you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
Speaker income trade, right?
Because your leave, can I just get my files from the other end, because I have to deal with the other items coming up now.
Fair enough. Yourself. No. They have registrar here by CDPS. Okay. Nice. All right, so he would be. Okay, what's one? Industrial court. Industrial court. Head 04, Industrial Court. Welcome, Honorable Attorney General, again, also to your Permanent Secretary and then to the Registrar of the Industrial Court. Welcome to the House of Parliament and your colleague from the Industrial Court. Head 04, Industrial Court, $29,029,200. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is my privilege to appear before this august House and before your good self to place the Industrial Court of Trinidad and Tobago, a superior court of record, up for the examination of this House. The Industrial Court, as we know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is a very important judicial institution in this country. It goes back as far as 1965 when it first came into existence through the Industrial Stabilization Act, and it has been very successful in conciliating, and I emphasize that because it is not a well-known fact that there is a significant conciliation jurisdiction of the Industrial Court which helps labor and employers to resolve their disputes amicably, and it also has the adjudicative arm of the court, which sits in two divisions, the General Division and the Essential Services Division, and additionally through the Special Tribunal established under the Civil Service Act. It is a very important institution which hears and determines trade disputes, registers collective agreements, so that the terms and conditions of employment of workers regulated by their employers can have the statutory force of law and therefore be respected and enforceable. It, among other things, is required to hear and determine matters under the Minimum Wages Act, the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act, the Maternity Protection Act, the Occupational Safety and Health Act. The Special Tribunal hears matters under the Statutory Authorities Act, Police Service and Other Essential Services, Education Act, Central Bank Act. And there is a complement of judges of the Industrial Court, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of 26 judges, which includes a president of the court, vice president, and the chairman of the Essential Services Division. They are chosen uniquely from persons who are experienced in industrial relations, persons who are economists, accountants, and persons who are attorneys of law of not less than 5 years standing. It is a court of balance, and it has served this country well. I'm happy, therefore, to put this court available before this whole House this evening for examination and to answer questions.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of 29 million. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $29,029,200 for Head 04 Industrial Court stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $29,029,200 for Head 04 Industrial Court is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. And we are on page 17, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, South Office, page 19. Item 003, Tobago. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, page 20. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Different book, as we are aware by now. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, and we are on page 7. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $29,029,200 for Head 04 Industrial Court stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $29,029,200 for Head 04 Industrial Court now stand part of the schedule. Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Thank you, Madam Permanent Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. And
thank you, Mr. Deputy
from the
Speaker.
Industrial Court. Thanks for coming. Members, we now move to Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal. Head 75.
Head 75, Equal Opportunities Tribunal, $5,210,900. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal is a very important institution, itself a specialized court, superior court. It is birthed by the Equal Opportunity Act, and it provides now for almost a decade a significant jurisdiction possessing similar powers and authority as the High Court in its determination of complaints relating to discrimination, victimization, and offensive behavior. It adheres to Civil Proceedings Rules 1998, which form the basis for its own rules, practices, and procedures. And its authority allows it to compel persons to appear before it or to punish for contempt comparable to that of the High Court, and its decisions carry equally the same enforceability. All the decisions of the tribunal are made by its chairman, who holds a status equivalent to that of a High Court judge. I am happy to be able to appear before this August House this evening to present this tribunal for inquiry, examination, and to answer questions. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $5,210,900 for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $5,210,900 for Head 75, Equal Opportunities Tribunal, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 321. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Household. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of development program. We are at page 139. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $5,210,900 for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,210,900 for Head 75, Equal Opportunity Tribunal, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you to all the support team from the Equal Opportunity Tribunal. Head 05, Parliament. Okay, have a good evening. Head 05, Parliament, $161,632,600. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago is the legislative branch of the government. The Parliament is bicameral. Besides the President of Trinidad and Tobago, it is comprised of the House of Representatives, which is composed of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, in addition to 41 directly elected members serving a 5-year term in single-seat constituencies, and the Senate, which has 31 members appointed by the President, 16 government senators appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, 6 opposition senators appointed on the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, and 9 independent senators appointed by the President to represent civil society. At one time, Madam Speaker, and this is quite unfair, it was the only parliament in the world with an incumbent female president of the Senate, female Speaker of the House, female Leader of the Opposition, and I dare say female Leader of the House as well. Quite unfair, quite unfair.
Did you say unfair or unclear?
Unfair. That is gender bias.
That might just be considered unparliamentary.
Oh, really? Oh, really? That is
Honourable
gender bias.
members,
Pardon,
the question is that the sum of $161,632,600 for Head 05, Parliament, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $161,632,600 for Head 05, Parliament, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 22. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Item 002, office of the ombudsman. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Item 002, office of the ombudsman. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Item 002, office of the ombudsman. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Honourable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, we're at page 9, consolidated fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. F, public buildings. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $161,632,600 for Head 05 Parliament stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $161,632,600 for Head 05 Parliament now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Mr. Clerk, and the accounting officer, the administrative officer, and the supervisor of public procurement. I thank you, Minister of Finance. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $50,745,215,991 be approved as the grand total. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the schedule now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the Appropriation Financial Year 2024 Bill 2023 be now reported to the House. All in favour say aye. Any against? The ayes have it. The bill shall now be reported to the House. This committee meeting is now adjourned. The House will resume. The Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2024 was considered in Standing Finance Committee and passed without amendments. I now beg to move that it be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled an act to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2024 be now read a third time and passed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
Previous occasion is there can be no division if you did not hear no when you took the vote. I'm just asking if that holds today, or is that also waived?
Well, I'll say this to you, member of Uruput, is I really don't like the sort of underlying suggestion about this. As I've ruled before, I've heard no no's.
A bill entitled, An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2024.
Honourable members, we will now revert to an earlier item of business.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from the Honourable Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley, MP, member for Diego Martin West, Dr. Lakram Bodo, MP, member for Faizabad, who have requested leave of absence for the period October 16th to the 20th, 2023. And also from the Honourable Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC, MP, member for Siparia, and Mr. Barry Padarath, MP, member for Princess Town, who have requested leave of absence for the period October 16th to 19th, 2023. The leave which the members seek is granted. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to move that this House to now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question is that the House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.